The date is November 11th, 5:54 p.m.
Hi, Ward. How you doing?
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Now I can.
No, okay.
Nope.
Okay. I would like to announce that a quorum is present, the meeting is duly called, and a notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. The following board members are in attendance: Catherine Sells, Dr. Stacy Barker, Sheila Taylor, Dr. Buddy Bonner, Michelle Akateb, Jenny Prosnick. Board member Allison Lassam will be participating via WebEx. We will now convene into closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551, specifically 551.071, 072, 074, and 089. The time is 6 p.m. Allison, see you in a minute. will now reconvene into open session. The time is 7 p.m. Please join us for the presentation of colors by the Flower Mound High School Junior ROTC cadets. Please remain standing as students from Garden Ridge Elementary lead us in our pledges.
Flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, it's not even turned on, indivisible with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, indivisible.
I would now like to take this opportunity to recognize the junior ROTC cadets from Flower Mound: Nathan Carey, Arna Mustanam, Hajan Lee, and Sean Leonard. And I'd like to honor their instructors, Lieutenant Colonel David Hanson and Master Sergeant David Copeland. And next, now, some fun facts about our Garden Ridge students. Garden Ridge, we have first grader Jude Tipton, his sister Ellie, and third grader Madeline Rivera. No, Madeline Rivera is a second grader. Ellie's a third grader. So some fun facts about Jude. Jude always enjoys watching movies and being outside. When he grows up, Jude wants to be an outdoorsman and a soldier. Ms. Sharp and Ms. Ruiz are Jude's favorite teachers because they help him. And some fun facts about his sister Ellie. Ellie enjoys learning about storm chasing and watching storm chasing videos. When she grows up, you guessed it, Ellie would like to be a storm chaser, meteorologist. University of Oklahoma has an excellent program. Ellie's favorite teachers are Miss Hanaway and Miss Goddard because they are so kind and have helped her love school. And some fun facts about Madeline. Madeline loves playing with friends and her two dogs, Rebel and Lily. When Madeline grows up, she wants to be a veterinarian. Madeline's favorite teacher has been her first grade teacher, Miss Patrick, because she was kind to everyone. She was very helpful and loved to play games with her. Thank you so much. Could we also give a round of applause to their parents who are here with us tonight? This is the long one. In recognition of Veterans Day, which is observed by schools across our district today, on behalf of the board, I want to express our heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who have served our nation with unwavering dedication and sacrifice. Their commitment to our country and the values they uphold as part of their military service have left an indelible mark on our community. They have not only defended our nation, but also have continued to make a profound difference in the lives of our students, colleagues, and the entire LISD family. As we reflect on the sacrifices made by our veterans, their families, and the ongoing contributions of our LISD employees who have served, let us be reminded of the values that bind us together service, duty, and honor. To our veteran employees, we salute you for your dedication, resilience, and leadership that you bring to our district every day. Your experiences and expertise have enriched our schools and inspired the next generation to become responsible citizens. I would ask for any veterans in the audience to stand so that we may recognize you and your service to our country. Thank you again. In addition, we would like to read the names of our students who gave their lives in protection of our freedom. After the names are read, please join me in a moment of silence to honor them.
Second Lieutenant Sam O. Painter, 1938 Lewisville High School graduate.
Private Isaac V. Johnson, Jr., 1942 Lewisville High School graduates.
First Lieutenant Barty Ray Brooks, 1948 Lewisville High School graduate.
First Lieutenant Wallace B. Travelstead, 1949 Lewisville High School graduate.
Lance Corporal James Edward Huckabee, 1965 Lewisville High School graduate.
Lance Corporal Albert G. Haddad, Jr., 1986 Lewisville High School graduate.
Major Matthew W. Worrell, 1990 Lewisville High School graduate.
Lance Corporal Jacob Raul Lugo, 2001 Marcus High School graduate.
Specialist Ryan Michael McCauley, 2002 Lewisville High School graduate.
Private Aaron Hudson, 2002 Marcus High School graduate.
Sergeant Enrique Mongranon, 2008 The Colony High School graduate.
Specialist Philip C.S. Schiller, 2010 The Colony High School graduate.
We will now have a moment of silence. Thank you. Welcome to all. The Lewisville ISD Board of Trustees meets monthly to receive reports from staff and take action on recommendations from the superintendent. The board receives the agenda and all supporting documentation 10 days in advance of these regular meetings, which allows us to ask and receive answers to many of our questions. The board also meets regularly, scheduled workshops and work sessions where staff discussions and presentation are given for many of the agenda items. This protocol means lengthy discussion or a litany of questions on every agenda item is not necessary, and as a board, we should have appropriate knowledge and preparation for responses regarding the content of our meeting tonight. The first item on the agenda is to consider action on items discussed in closed session, and there are no items. I would add that we would like to wish Hebron High School volleyball good luck tonight as they take on South Lake while we're at our meeting, and wish luck to Marcus High School, Hebron High School, and Flower Mound High School as they compete in the UIL band competition. Next up is recognitions and student spotlight. Communications will now share this month's recognitions and student spotlight.
The Marcus High School water polo team capped off an impressive season by earning the silver medal in their second straight appearance at the UIL 6A State Water Polo Championship. Ranked first in Texas and third nationally by Max Preps, the Marauders concluded their season with a remarkable 22 wins. Congratulations, Marcus. The Flower Mound High School girls cross country team continues to rewrite the record books with a dominating win at the UIL 6A state championship meet to claim the state championship with a combined score of 47, becoming the first 6A program in history with 5 straight titles. Congratulations to the back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back champions.
Thank you. Quick introduction of the names here. Closest to me is Liana Cluley Garza. Next to her is Addie Bennett, Alexandra Fox, Ava Cole, Eliana Rivera, Michaela Kutek, and Kira Primer.
They're good. Well, yeah, we'll go. Okay, we'll make it work.
This evening, we begin our new process for recognizing our service award recipients. We will start with our 25, 30 years of service recipients, then recognize those with 35 years of service, followed with a 40-year recipient, and end with a 45 years of service recognition. Ms. Brim, will you get us started?
Thank you, Madam President. If the board would come and join us down in front. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Why don't you go down? All ready? Okay. Tonight, we are honored to introduce this outstanding group of employees and recognize their dedicated service to our students, their colleagues, and the communities we serve. Together, this exceptional group has collectively devoted over 3,000 years of service to Lewisville ISD. Their commitment to public education enriches lives and shapes futures, and for this, LISD is beyond grateful. First up, we would like to recognize our honorees who have served Lewisville ISD for 25 years. Brad Nutt. Don Chegwidden. Dave Cohn. Lindsay McCauley. Jennifer Bradley. Valerie Walta. Lisa Searles. Christy Mihalovich. Lori Deering. Tiffany Stimbers. Okay, say it for me. Yesenia Alier. Elizabeth Lennox. Dr. Kathy Talbert. Michelle Kinnemer. Cinda Boyd. Brian McCoo. Melissa Rhodes. Todd Hansen. Billy Nix. Maria Cano. Angela King. Sharika Nelson. Angie Greenlaw. Charlene Luna. Lee Richardson. Deanna Gertie. Ann Bond. Marcy Cummings. Emily Brackney. Dr. Shauna Miller. All right, next up are our 30 years of service, starting with Andrea Camp. Mary Beth Kozar. I like how we put that. I like how that's cute. Yes. Jennifer Barentine. Just like this. Okay. Well, that makes it easy. Rebecca House. Jeffrey Kosh. All right, first up for our 35 years of service, Susan Hamblin. Delynn Denton. Cheryl Klima. Thank you for making that easy. Okay. Diane Fox. All right, next up, 40 years of service in Lewisville ISD. Sandra Gibson. That's it. All right, and our final honoree tonight with 45 years of service in Lewisville ISD, John Huck.
Wasn't that special? That was great. I'm so glad we were able to recognize all those staff members, and I'm sure everyone agrees that 40 and 45 years are an incredible number. Thank you again for your dedication to our students and community through all those years. Ms. Taylor will now present this month's Recognize Someone.
Thank you, Madam President. The first one, a parent shared about Mrs. Breedlove at DeGan Elementary School. Mrs. Breedlove is absolutely fantastic. She goes above and beyond. She has always been available to answer any questions or concerns, and she has been so wonderful to our daughter. We are seeing such a positive impact from being in Mrs. Breedlove's class. Our daughter is gaining so much confidence in herself, and we truly believe we owe much of that to the incredible experience she is having in first grade. We love you, Mrs. Breedlove. The second one comes from Arbor Creek. A parent shared about Coach Long at Arbor Creek Middle School. Coach Long is just a truly amazing member of our school community. Always positive, she's a great role model for the students. He's a great role model for the students. He attends the student sporting events outside of school hours in his own time. I have always admired and respected Coach Long, but this year we are lucky enough to have him as our teacher for outdoor trails. Not only is he a great teacher and so passionate about this subject, but he is also helping my daughter with math. Just wanted to give him a shout out and a huge thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Next on the agenda is the superintendent update. Dr. Rapp.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the board, I'm pleased as always to bring you my monthly update. And this month we want to start out with highlighting, if the remote will work for me. It is not paying attention. Yeah, it's not wanting to work. Is this one? Oh, here we go. Okay, I'm live. Yep, thank you. Okay, yes, so Ms. Prosnick, as you mentioned, we had amazing Veterans Day celebrations across the district, and so very thankful for all the ways that our schools have recognized the service of the men and women who have fought for our country, and we're so appreciative for everyone that took part in our celebrations all across the district. And it's such a good learning experience for our students to see our community come together to recognize the service of our veterans. We also do want to absolutely celebrate the Bands of America Super Regional Championship that happened. It was an LISD sweep. It is very exciting. Farmland High School with first place, Hebron Band with second, Marcus Band with third, and yes, next up, the UIL State Marching Contest. Here we come on November 13th. We will be cheering all of them on, of course. And one of the things that we have coming up this week as well is I'm honored to serve on a panel alongside the Colony High School Collegiate Academy student Riley Gove. We're going to talk about the Collegiate Academy at the Colony High School, how it was formed, how we partner with Collin College, and the great achievements of our students who are earning their associate's degree before they leave high school along with their high school diploma. And we'll discuss policy initiatives and collaborations that ultimately help us all build a stronger workforce. And then I am very thankful always for the work of our facility services team. Of course, we honored one of them tonight in our service recipients, and so thankful for John and the work that he does every day. But we want to say always thank you to our team that keeps our facilities going, almost 10 million square feet of them. We have a great team, and we had an appreciation luncheon for them as we do every year. And then I want to say thank you to our board and thank you to our Council of PTAs and all of our local PTAs and all that they do to raise money to give scholarships for students. We were pleased this weekend to be part of Bowling for Scholars. What a great turnout that was. And then my student advisories are in full swing. So I have been meeting with elementary and middle school student advisories all across the feeder patterns. Aramark, again, has been a great partner. I'm so appreciative for them to come get feedback from the kids about the food quality and their experience in our cafeterias, and then also for me to get to hear from the kids about their experience in our schools. And I look forward to more of those meetings coming up this school year. I also had a chance just a week ago to meet again with our LISD Special Olympics leaders, and we are very proud. We are 42 years strong in this district of having a partnership with Special Olympics, and they will tell you that we are one of the few school districts that supports Special Olympics in their area, and we set a standard for the state with that, and we're so very proud of them. Of course, as RAP has been out on the road, a lot of different things going on. I was pleased to get to be a judge in our very first ever FFA Leadership Development Experience Speaking Contest. So proud of Tech West and the staff for hosting that there. We had a great Etheridge annual fun run. We've had supper with the superintendent and lunch with Lori at Polzer and Huffines Middle School. Adopt an Angel Gift program is now live. We plan on serving over 3,500 students in LISD through our Adopt an Angel program. Of course, last month we talked about the coat drive and Stuff the Pantry. We are so thankful for our community and how we come together to support the kids and families in our school district. And then I always end with, as you heard Ms. Taylor read the Recognize Someone, we have amazing, talented staff in this school district that I'm so very proud of. And you can help brag on them as well by completing a Recognize Someone online. It means so much to them to hear how we are making a difference in the lives of our families and our kids. And that is my report for this month.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rapp. Public comments are next on the agenda. Those who wish to speak at a board meeting often expect a dialogue with the Board of Trustees. However, in accordance with Texas law, the board is not able to respond directly to comments or questions posed by speakers. Texas law also does not allow the board to discuss or take action on any issue presented during the public forum unless the item has already been posted for action on the meeting agenda. For those speaking regarding potential campus retirements and/or boundary adjustments, I know that the thought of retirement or consolidation of your child's campus may be very personal and emotional to you. We appreciate you being here to share your thoughts and provide input. I ask that in making your comments, you focus on your campus only and refrain from making any disparaging or negative remarks or comparisons about other campuses. Each speaker will receive a written follow-up from the district in the next 3 business days. The board and district administration welcomes and values the feedback shared during this time of the meeting, and we are grateful for the continued partnership between LISD and the families and the communities that we serve. Lewisville ISD stakeholders, meaning current students, parents, employees, and residents of Lewisville ISD, will have up to 3 minutes for each of their presentations. Please come to the podium and state your name after I've called you. Our first speaker tonight is Joshua Channon.
Okay. Hello, folks. My name is Joshua Channon. My address is 1385 Wentworth Drive in Lewisville, Texas. I implore you to reconsider the consolidation of schools in the district, including Garden Ridge Elementary. Now, I'm a public school teacher. I recognize the gravity of the situation Lewisville ISD is in. Budget deficits, declining enrollment, and the horrendous school voucher program threaten the survival of public institutions our community cherishes the most. The closure of public schools will have a tremendous negative effect on students, families, and stakeholders. My wife and I intentionally moved to South Lewisville, next to Garden Ridge Elementary, and we wanted to be close to that school. Okay. Now, we have heard great stories about Garden Ridge's caring teachers, exceptional administrators, and small class sizes. It is also my dream as a father to be able to walk my kid to school every single morning, to have that time with my kid. However, on top of crippling food and gas prices that we have, we paid good money to live in South Lewisville, and we paid good money to buy our house next to Garden Ridge Elementary. We consider ourselves very fortunate since many in their late 20s, early 30s are unable to purchase a house in this area. As we know, prices are going up. If you do decide to close one or multiple elementary schools, you're going to inflict heartbreak on many stakeholders, including young people like my wife and I, whose path towards the American dream on becoming, it basically is becoming riddled with more and more uncontrollable factors. So that's all I'm going to say. Thank you very much for your hard work, and thank you for your commitment to LISD. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next up, we have, I am so blind, Carly Fagnet.
Hello, I'm Carly Fagnet. My address is 1385 Wentworth Drive, Lewisville, Texas. My home is zoned to Garden Ridge Elementary. I want to start by thanking the school board for their time and careful deliberation as LASD navigates budgetary issues. I know that this is not your fault, and you are faced with difficult decisions in the coming years as our state continues to underfund public education. My understanding is that much of the motivation for possibly closing schools is the declining enrollment that the ISD faces. I would be lying if I said this surprised me. This is an expensive area to live, with home prices skyrocketing, making it difficult for younger generations to move here. I consider myself lucky that my husband and I were recently able to purchase a home here. We moved into the area specifically for its proximity to Garden Ridge Elementary and its zoning to Flower Mound High School. However, our decision came with its own financial considerations. We were willing to pay much more for our home than one located 5 minutes away, all because of what schools it was zoned to. We took on a mortgage almost double what we considered ideal or comfortable, knowing that we will have to refinance later. We made this financial choice because we are looking forward to the future. We were willing to take on more financial hardship now in order to provide better opportunities for our future children. We are heartbroken that the main reason for purchasing our home could be taken away so soon, before we are even able to start our family. I understand that difficult choices must be made, but I implore you to please keep in mind the young families who are moving to the area and taking on great financial burdens themselves in order to bring more students into the ISD in the future. I hope you can make your decisions based not only on the current financial struggle, but what will be best for the district's future and, most importantly, the future students that it will serve. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner. Marissa Schneider.
My name is Marissa Schneider. My son is a very happy 11-year-old in the 4th grade at Garden Ridge. He is autistic and in the COM program. We moved here 3 years ago from Ohio, and we chose LISD for your reputation for care for our kiddos. Personally, I know the expense of caring for a son with special needs. Professionally, I know the expense of operating and closing facilities. Garden Ridge is a home to 2 amazing SPED programs, including the only FLS classroom feeding Flower Mound High School. This classroom includes significant equipment needed to support these kids. The expense per child at Garden Ridge is greater than other schools because of these programs. You have shared the cost per child to operate, but there is also a greater cost to move them. Professionally, I have sold an entire chemical plant for only $1 because the savings to the company to not have the expense of closing it was in the millions. First, I will ask you to please be transparent with the community on the cost to move these programs to another school. Next, if these children must be moved, I beg of you to keep with them their teachers. My son has found a home with the teachers in the COM program at Garden Ridge. You should be proud. They are amazing. Change is very difficult for autistic children. To move all of them at once will rock their world. My entire life centers around setting my son up for success. A simple trip to the grocery store is calculated. No more than 10 items mapping the smoothest route and the panic of how long the line at checkout might be. I do this for him to calm his anxiety and build his confidence. But the fact is, I do this for me, because the stress of his shutdowns will send me into a panic. If you must move the program, please keep it intact and keep these children with their teachers for you. You have enough of a burden with all of this change. You have a chance to notably ease the tension on yourselves and your staff by keeping these children with their teachers. Like I said, the COM teachers at GRE are amazing. My son needs them.
Thank you, Ms. Schneider. Rachel Rivera.
Hi, I'm Rachel Rivera, and I live at 2616 Crepe Myrtle Drive in Flower Mound. I'm a parent of 3 students, GRE students. I want to start by thanking the board for their transparency during this difficult process and for allowing us the time to provide feedback. As of this afternoon, our petition to keep Garden Ridge Elementary open has over 2,100 signatures. For a small school like ours, that is quite significant. I'd like to share a few of the petition comments, as they aren't here to share them. The first is from a grandparent. Good evening. I'm a retired educator of 34 years and the grandmother of 3, 2 of whom attend Garden Ridge Elementary. I have a personal investment in this wonderful school community. Whenever I visit for programs or lunch with the Grands, I am greeted warmly by staff, and most of all, the joy on the kiddos' face of just being such a rich, loving environment makes me smile. You don't find that genuineness everywhere. There is something very special about Garden Ridge. Please consider the investment and impact the school is making on these young lives that will benefit the community in years to come. And then from a current parent, expressing my deep concern and heartfelt plea to keep Garden Ridge open. Our family moved to this area specifically for this wonderful school, and we plan to send all 5 of our children here. Our 3 older children have thrived at GRE, progressing from kindergarten to 7th, 6th, and 5th grades, respectively. Our first grader and pre-K student are eagerly following in their footsteps. The positive impact this school has had on my children's growth and development is immeasurable. GRE is not just a school, it's a nurturing community that has played a vital role in shaping my children's academic and personal lives. It would be devastating to see this cherished institution close its doors. Please, for the sake of our children's future and the countless families who depend on this school, keep GRE open. And finally, one from a former student. I am a former Garden Ridge Gator and would be devastated to see this elementary school closed. I made so many great memories and lifelong friendships at this school, but more importantly, I was blessed with teachers who taught me everything I needed to know to be successful. These teachers truly care about their students as individuals rather than just their successes as students. I'm in college now, and my kindergarten teacher is still one of my greatest cheerleaders in life, 15 years later. And I wouldn't be the person I am today without GRE. The school is such an asset to our community and will continue to be one in the many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Sarah Lynn Johnson.
My name is Sarah Lynn Johnson. The original CEC campus utilization assessment indicated that Donald and Forest Vista did not have the capacity to house all of Garden Ridge students. To solve this problem, the board revisited the CEC's capacity calculations for Donald and Forest Vista, increasing Donald's optimal capacity by 138 and Forest Vista's by 175 students. This is around 7 to 8 additional classrooms per school. Where will they find these classrooms? According to information from the board, this increase in optimal capacity was determined by movement and/or consolidation of special program office locations, as well as teacher planning locations and meeting rooms that are currently being used for other purposes. Will my daughter and others like her still have separate, quiet place to go to take their tests as required in their IEPs? Will those kids at Donald that already receive other daily special education service have to transfer to a new school? This change restricts space that teachers were using to be successful. Donald's projected enrollment is 775, only 12% less than Forestwood Middle School. Yet Donald is about half the size of Forestwood. This increase in students will limit the opportunities for students. Most clubs and schools' activities have to limit the number of students that can participate for them to be successful. Full school assemblies and grade level activities are less likely to occur as the number of students is larger than certain activities and facilities allow. When all K through 5 can be together for assemblies and activities, they get a chance to be a community together and learn from each other, which I saw today at the Veterans. We came from a school that had 8 classes per grade. My kids didn't know all the kids in their grade, much less in other classes. At GRE, my kids know everyone in their grade and so many of the kids in all the classes. I'm concerned that your analysis done by the CEC is only considering cost efficiency No consideration appears to be given to cost effectiveness, using a result-oriented approach. I agree that costs should be evaluated and reduced where possible, but I implore the board to consider the desired outcomes for our students and teachers when determining the optimal capacity for each campus.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Carol Ann Cordell.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here not just as a parent, but as someone who cares deeply about the future of this district, its values, and its families. I'm here to speak for the children, to bring awareness to the kids who will be impacted and to amplify their voice. I believe Garden Ridge Elementary is more than just a school. It's a lifeline for our community, our families, and the many students who rely on the unique support that Garden Ridge brings to our neighborhood. These students and families are worth more than the $475,000 you project to save if our school retires. We know you don't have to close schools to balance your budget. I know that this is a hard conversation for everyone. The real issue lies in Austin, with the billions of dollars being withheld from public schools. But I urge you to find other ways to create cost savings for our district that doesn't involve retirement of 5 schools. Many of the kids in my neighborhood walk to school, and they thrive with the ability to live and learn within the heart of their own neighborhood. When you close this school, you're forcing many of our students into buses with long transportation times across town. They can no longer walk and bike to school on their own. This was one of the main reasons we bought our home next to Garden Ridge. The retirement of GRE doesn't just affect where our kids learn, it affects their daily lives in ways that go far beyond the school hours. Your plan splits our campus into many different schools and rips friends and families apart. Garden Ridge Elementary is a place where our community grows and thrives. It's where children build relationships that last a lifetime, where parents find a network of support, and where their teachers know the intricacies of each student and each child by name and care deeply about their success. We've graduated 30 years of successful students into the world because of Garden Ridge, its teachers and staff, and I can't accept that this year is going to be the last. I urge you to think about the families who will struggle if you close Garden Ridge. Think about the students who will be uprooted from a safe, supportive, and successful community. The parents who are relying on a good education so that their children can reach their full potential, and so the future families can be Garden Ridge alumni just like we are. Please find solutions that strengthen our district, not divide it. Please save Garden Ridge Elementary for the sake of our children, our families, and all of our future Gators. Thank you.
Thank you. Amber Shattuck.
Hey, y'all. My name is Amber Shattuck. I'm a proud Highland Village Elementary mom of 2. I'm here tonight representing the Highland Village Elementary PTA, where I've served as president for the last 2 school years. On Monday, October 28th, we held a special member meeting where our members approved the following official stance. Quote, HVE PTA believes it is imperative for Highland Village Elementary to remain open for the good of our students, families, neighborhood, and community at large, end quote. If you've been in the PTA space before, and I venture to guess most of you up there have, you probably know that we usually try to attach member meetings to a fun event like book fair or something like that so that we can get enough people to show up to them. Despite my personal love for them, I guess the phrase PTA meeting doesn't sound super exciting to most people, so we incentivize them. Our special meeting on the 28th had no such fun event attached. It was on a hot playground at 6 p.m. on a Monday with only 3 days' notice given by social media and word of mouth alone. Despite that, over 55 people showed up, and I received countless calls and emails from people who were unable to make it but were, quote, there in spirit. To say that our community is devastated by the idea of our sweet neighborhood school that consistently receives all A's from the Texas Education Agency and produces such kind, empathetic, and intelligent kids closing its doors forever would be an understatement. As HVE PTA, we're using our platform to advocate for HVE remaining open as best we can through 3 member-approved action steps that I've already passed on to your president and to Dr. Rapp. We will also continue in conjunction with the LASD Council of PTAs and the Texas State PTA to appeal to our state representatives to raise the basic student allotment and increase education funding, as well as encourage people to research and vote for pro-public education candidates, because we do recognize that state funding plays a major part in how we got here. We also want to voice that we are heartbroken for the other 4 schools on the potential retirement list. We know those students and families are hurting too, and our move to use our platform to advocate for our schools specifically should not diminish theirs. Finally, we want to be clear that we are not protesting against LASD, its Board of Trustees, or Dr. Rapp. Our goal is to educate and mobilize our members to use their voices and to do everything in our power to make sure that you hear us when we say that closing Highland Village Elementary would irreversibly devastate our community. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Shattuck. Ryan Ritter.
Hello, my name is Ryan Ritter, and I'm the father of 2 HVE Vikings. I'm going to give a little bit of a spoiler alert for the next section. Congratulations to the board for getting an A, to be specific, a 96, on your first report from the TEA. But I want to talk a little bit about not the past and what you've done, but where you want to go forward. On the long-term planning, which is available on LISD's website, which I encourage everybody to go look at, there were a couple of things that stood out to me. One was that there is a 3-year goal to make sure the budget deficit gets under 1%. You will notice that it's been well publicized that we have $4.5 million of deficit going into the next fiscal year. That is 0.8%. You are well ahead of schedule. Also, that stood out to me is that there were a lot of goals. They were all centered around the cornerstones of LISD. The first 2 were student learning and student experience. Then came the financial stewardship. So when I look at these 2 things in conjunction, I see that we're ahead of schedule. I see that, as all school districts should, we should be putting our students first. I'm wondering where the rush is coming from. We convened, or rather the board asked for the CEC to be convened in March. You put them together in August. They met throughout September, October, recommendations were made, and then you told 5 of us schools that we were in danger of retirement. I've now had up to 6 minutes to talk about HVE and all the schools. I'll have one more opportunity in November, and then you will make a decision in December. Again, I'm wondering where the rush is coming from. Again, this isn't unique, but also not unique is the A rating. Over 86% of schools in Texas also received an A in the first rating. This isn't to degrade the great work that y'all have done, but to recognize that all Texas schools work their butts off to make sure they're fiscally responsible. And everybody is doing what they can. Now, I know that some email responses have come back to HVE parents asking for solutions. Well, I have one in Indicator 7. In Indicator 7, you get a rating based on whether or not you have enough money in unallocated funds to cover 90 days of expenses. It is board policy to make sure you receive a 10 on that no matter what. I urge you to reconsider that policy. You will lose 2 points. That will still get you an A. In fact, it's last year's rating of 94. You have 4 cornerstones. My concern and my urge to the board is not to solely focus on the one caused by Austin and for attendance decline of financial stewardship, because if you focus on only one of your 4 cornerstones, the rest of your foundation will crumble. Thank you.
Mr. Ritter. Kevin Porter.
I'm Kevin Forsberg, 2417 Pinehurst Drive, Flower Mound, parent to a 2nd grader at Garden Ridge. I'm here to advocate for keeping Garden Ridge open. As I understand, it is being considered for retirement because compared to other LISD elementary schools, it has relatively high per capita operating costs and staffing inefficiencies. And I applaud the CEC for trying to take a quantitative look at things. That's how you make hard decisions. But I think if you look at these statistics more closely, you'll see that the decision to close Garden Ridge is not the right one. So firstly, operational costs. Effectively, that is a statistic that punishes small schools. The numerator for all 41 LSD schools in that cost statistic was relatively similar, and then it was divided by enrollment. Right? So Garden Ridge is a small school because it is a small building, but it is a thriving school. It is near capacity and projected to do very well over the next 5 years in capacity per the CEC. One thing that these statistics do not measure, which Garden Ridge is also excellent in, is academics, right, and overall student achievement. Garden Ridge has a 9 out of 10 grade schools rating. It has 17 National Merit finalists, semifinalists, and condemnations are alumni from Garden Ridge in the past 3 years. That's about 10% of a typical GRE class cohort. Right? Closing an excellent school has community-wide impacts. Another area where Garden Ridge performed poorly relative to its competitors was staffing inefficiencies. Right? But Garden Ridge has a very high special education student population. In fact, TAPR data from 2023 indicate of 41 LISD schools, elementary schools, the third highest proportion of special education students is at Garden Ridge. These students require higher staff-to-student ratios. Right? The stories you heard today about excellent care and education for our special education students is not an anomaly. It's almost a trend. Right? These students cost more, but LISD will not save by moving these students to another school. Right? The staffing ratios will be the same. The infrastructure costs, moving the functional life services classroom, right? And it's wheelchair lifts, it's washing machines, it's sensory walls. These are costs that stay with the students. Closing GRE will not save these. Okay. I'm getting a little emotional. I had some other costs that I was going to highlight, but I'm running out of time. So I just want to end by telling you all that I think you've done a great job so far. Right? You've done a very good job looking at the data quantitatively, making hard decisions, but now is the time to peel back just the numbers, right? Look underneath, and I think when you look at Garden Ridge, you'll see it does an excellent job by LSD, an excellent job by its community, and it would be a short-term decision with long-term consequence were it to close. Thank you.
Margaret Cusack.
Hi, my name is Margaret Cusack. I have 2 children that are Garden Ridge Gators. I live at 600 Pintail Place. We currently have a large number of neighbors that walk and ride their bikes to school. And at looking at your new zoning proposal, my family would be zoned for Donald Elementary. Instead of being 0.4 miles away, we are now 2.3 miles away. While I fully understand that children would be given the opportunity to ride a school bus, a lot of our families, including me, don't feel comfortable with that given the early time that the kids have to get on the bus, the later times that they'd get home, and me possibly as a parent not having the ability to stand out there and wait for them because I too have a job. For the children and families who decide to walk to Forest Vista or Donald, will LISD work with the City of Flower Mound to add crossing guards and crosswalks to all of the high-traffic pedestrian paths created as a result of rezoning? For instance, Forest Vista Drive is a very busy road with a blind corner right in the walking path that connects Forest Vista Elementary to its newly zoned neighborhoods to the south. Similar dangerous scenarios may be created at other elementary schools, such as Morningside at Page Road in the Colony. Have there been studies done to prove the safety of these roads and these children? Who will cover the construction costs associated with implementing safe pedestrian zones? I understand that the kids' safety was taken into account when these plans were originally created, but they have not been adequately explained in the CEC reports. And actually, my home is only 1.1 mile from Forest Vista, but my children will be sent to the further and much larger campus, which takes me to my next concern about the new sizes of Donald and Forest Vista. Donald and Forest Vista, the new sizes, the information that was given on the slides would be that we could be sending children from a campus size of 360 to 630 or even 774 students. That is the size of some of our middle school campuses, and research has shown that the campus size is one of the factors that can affect a child's ability and the school's ability to support said children. Research also says that the large schools and classes can negatively impact student achievement. Our kids are thriving academically at Garden Ridge. Also, are you considering families that don't want to be a part of a STEM campus? Donald is a choice school. Does that mean it is a choice for me on where I send my children? And we have feedback from a number of families
who are ready to pull completely out of the district due to this closure. As a matter of fact, I could be one of them. I have the ability to send my child to an alternative school district based on where my ex-husband works. So that has been brought up and is increasingly being brought up by some of the people that I represent that are here this evening. So I would hope you would take these into consideration and hear us all out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Patina Jackson.
Patina Jackson, HVE mom to a third grader, a first grader, and a future Viking who cannot wait to go to school with his sisters. My husband and I are proud LISD grads ourselves. We can't overstate the impact, the stability of developing close relationships at one neighborhood elementary school, middle school, and high school had on our academic, emotional, and social growth. We want to raise our kids here in LISD, for our children to have the privilege of attending a neighborhood school. As a music therapist and children's musician, I spent 10 years working in public special ed, and I want to share research on social emotional learning and the critical impact that school stability has on child development. An article by Castle states, whether students feel connected is a powerful contributor to their personal and academic success. Everyone has a role to play, it says, from the principal's office to the classroom to the cafeteria and school bus, which is to say, you cannot simply pick up students or classrooms or teachers and plop them in another building and expect the same result. It's a whole community where each role matters, and rapport and school connectedness develops as a family over time. An article from Second Step, which is LISD's SEL curriculum, states, as humans, we share basic needs for belonging, autonomy, and physical and emotional safety. In Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the need for safety is second only to our need for food, water, and sleep. Meeting these needs for students is essential for learning, it says. School connectedness has been associated with positive outcomes for children and youth. Moreover, feeling safe and supported is even more important for students experiencing traumatic stress or other difficulties in their lives. This specifically applies to the students in the BIC special education programs at HVE or the students in the ALS program at McAuliffe that would be significantly disrupted by the school closure. This impact cannot be avoided by moving even an entire classroom with the same teachers and paraprofessionals. The impact cannot be understated and includes their relationship with everyone in a school family, from crossing guards to the cafeteria workers that know them, to the uniquely experienced administration and the familiarity of the peers they are mainstreamed with. It states, they need school to be a sanctuary where they feel safe and buoyed by positive relationships with supportive adults. When the most vulnerable students experience school as safe and supportive, then it's likely all students will too. The National Institutes of Health research indicates that the changing schools outside of the normal structure of school progression, so like going from middle school to high school, presents disruptions in learning and social relationships. Changing schools can negatively impact the community by severing these ties. This is consistent with the ecological model and school learning theories in which changes in settings and instructional environments can be detrimental to student well-being. And I can't even begin to touch the rest of the research in 3 minutes. To wrap up, whether accomplishing school stability looks like being okay with our less than 1% budget deficit, which actually meets the long-term stewardship goals outlined by the district in 22-23, or creatively finding other solutions like those you'll find in printing copies here, I want to thank you for your sleepless nights, for all you have done to get the budget on the solid ground it is now. I know you've spent countless hours poring over the CEC initiative, but I beg you, letting go of the original plan will not be a waste. It will be a victory for our students and our communities. It will show LISD as the pillar that it is, that my parents knew it would be back in '93, creatively finding solutions that other districts can't or won't. The most efficient thing we can do in the district.
Thank you very much.
Children. Thank you.
Ruby, Yana Ruby. Yana Ruby.
Good evening, esteemed Board of Directors. My name is Yana Rubin, and I'm a mother of a current Polzer STEM Academy fourth grader and future kindergartner. I want to take the opportunity tonight meeting to share with you my family's experience and hope of providing additional examples related to Polzer STEM Academy and its impact on our kids, community, and why it would be detrimental to retire our beloved school. I recognize that this is a business decision for the district. As a business analyst myself, I find myself daily in situations where I have to make choices that impact my company, my internal and external partners, and most importantly, my customers. My work in the energy sector has far reach beyond my personal sight. Even the tangible data that I have available to me of the environment around me, I must also consider and account for the intangible values and impact my decisions have. I ask you to do the same in considering Polzer Elementary. One topic I want to ensure that you all take into consideration in your evaluation and impact of Polzer has on our students, especially the students of learning disabilities. I, like most, more than half of Polzer's current enrolled students are a transfer family. For the last 2 years, I have advocated and fought for my son at a different district to receive the necessary evaluations, even going to the extent of having him evaluated at Scottish Rite to finally receive the necessary diagnosis of dyslexia, dysgraphia, and ADHD. Because of how his education has already been mishandled up to this point, I knew that a change was absolute. We have considered many of the neighboring school districts, but intentionally selected Polzer for his STEM Academy, highly acclaimed special education services and support. For our son, like for many other students with disabilities, being in an environment where the education is held to the highest standard and is intertwined with STEM subjects, which naturally captivate and engage the minds of our children who already find themselves struggling to keep focused and attentive is an absolute no-brainer. Since we started at Polzer, I saw my son's return to motivation that he had previously lost, boost in confidence, desire to learn and get involved, and most importantly, flourishing curiosity. As the special education professionals, the teachers in the classroom, the administrators of the school that have bridged the gap for us. Even though these services are available in practically every district and every school, not all are created equally, as I have experienced firsthand. Our children, the students who require special accommodations in order to succeed, are going to be punished as a result of retiring Polzer. Not to mention the amount of anguish, stress, anxiety that they have endured due to the proposed changes is something that no spreadsheet will ever show you. You must consider the impact on our kids. They don't deserve this. I guarantee you that I'm not the only mama bear that feels this way. I do believe that there is a reason why my family and I are part of Polzer. This is the Polar Bear Nation, and we do not take away the success that our community, family, and children have had because of Polzer's STEM Academy. This decision is one that will be devastating for all of us, and the time to recover from this will be more than you can imagine or even bear.
Jennifer Webb.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Webb. I'm back. So I got to talk to y'all at the last meeting, and I shared why Polzer is such a magical place, and the response that I got was the data. I left here more confused and frustrated than ever because honestly I'd been through the data. So I went home and I went through it again. I called my friends, we went through it together. You guys sent more data, we went through that. I don't see the data pointing to Polzer. As a matter of fact, I think it points to some other campuses, but we're not discussing that here tonight. As an involved parent and taxpayer, I think we deserve answers and more data. In your proposal on where the Polzer students will be rezoned for, these are the words in your proposal. It is estimated that national STEM certification could be earned for this school by the start of the 2025-26 school year. Show me the data on that. I'd like to see it. We deserve that. Other than that statement in your proposal, it seems that STEM data has been left out of the conversation entirely. Why is that? I thought we were celebrating our STEM programs. In Texas, we have a teacher shortage, and now you're telling us that we're going to have a student shortage. That's why we're having this conversation, right? Could that be because the results and the achievements of our special programs are being ignored and not celebrated? Polzer is a school of choice for both the students and their families and a lot of committed educators. We are a magical mix of zoned and transfer students, and that's being held against us, when really it's what makes us special. Right now, my 2 students and about 500 other students get to experience educational excellence. And you are asking us to settle for less than. And I'm not okay with that. The data doesn't support it. Keep Polzer open. That is what the data shows. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. Oh my God, I'm so blind. Robin Morton.
Hello, I'm Robin Morton. I'm here tonight to speak on the potential retirement of Pulsar STEM Academy. To be clear, I do not want Pulsar to close, but I will choose to be a supportive ally with LISD, no matter what decision comes in December. That's because I do believe that you, Dr. Rabb, and administration, as well as you, school board members, have our district and students' best interests at heart. I also believe that you have no idea what it will take to rebuild a successful STEM program at a new school. Because Pulsar is a STEM academy and you're proposing to merge us with a non-STEM elementary, it's important to note that none of the other school realignments will have anywhere near the complexity as moving Pulsar to join and grow Hebron Valley. Aside from being recognized as a TEA Advanced STEM Model School, a Model PLC School, which is a 3-year certification, an elementary named by Apple as an Apple Distinguished School, a CREST Award recipient, a Common Sense Elementary. Besides all of those things, Pulsar's been nationally STEM certified and has met all qualifications to keep that designation without needing to recertify at any point. So I said I don't think you have an idea of what it takes to build a successful STEM program at a new school. Let me shed some insight. So in order to become nationally STEM certified, Pulsar went through 1 full year of simply preparing to start the process. You're asking a new school to attempt this in 7 months. After this year of prep, it took STEM leadership team working for another full year to, this is a direct quote from the website, enhance the school's STEM efforts and authentically apply processes and resources to elevate a culture of STEM teaching and learning across the campus, all of which was measured against 27 different program indicators. Then, 3 years later, Pulsar did it all over again to receive a full and final certification. How do you propose that we take a 5-year process and cram that into less than a year? It's not possible. It is possible to have a successful STEM program up and running prior to be fully recognized as one, but not without every single teacher, staff, and faculty member pulling their weight and working together to create a culture of extra. Is Hebron Valley ready for this? Here's some insight into what 95% of Pulsar teachers have pursued without a single dollar in extra pay and with lots of extra hours. 90 extra hours to be exact. So to become a STEM certified teacher, you've got to complete over 30 modules, each of which includes a substantial amount of reading and writing. You have to complete worksheets, give real class examples, show proof of your real class examples by submitting documentation. You must participate in discussions, justify your rationale, submit multiple versions of your work to the instructor until you receive approval. In addition, you must self-rate along the way, quoting real examples of the work that you do in class. In fact, the workload is enough that most universities allow it to count as 6 credit hours towards a graduate level degree. We're grateful for the opportunity for all of our students to stay together, but it's not enough. Our teachers, our staff, our faculty, and admin cannot be left behind. There's room for everyone. Rebuilding a successful STEM program will take time. It will also take every current employee across both schools working together.
Thank you. Liz Jumper.
Good evening, members of the board, and thank you for having me. My name is Liz Jumper, and I'm the parent of a 2nd grader and soon-to-be kindergartner at Pulsar STEM Elementary. I stand before you tonight as a passionate advocate for the future of our students. As we face the retirement of our beloved Pulsar Elementary, I would like to request that, in addition to the commitment to provide a STEM academy in the Hebron High feeder, that the board also commit to prioritizing the quality and continuity of STEM education being provided. I represent several Pulsar parents who could not be present tonight when I say that we deeply appreciate the board's stated commitment to ensure a STEM pathway for our students, and further, the commitment to keeping the bulk of our students together. As a mom to an incredibly social little girl, knowing that you are working to keep our kids together provides some level of peace for me as a parent and for our sweet kids who are deeply feeling all of this uncertainty alongside us. As a seasoned Pulsar parent, I understand that an education team that operates at this level of excellence does not develop overnight. We know the expense, rigorous training, trial and error, and overall coordinated effort that has gone into creating the Pulsar culture since the ribbon cutting in 2019. I commend the educators and administrators that have worked tirelessly to establish the high standard of STEM curriculum that our students enjoy. It is my request that in the spirit of keeping our community together and preserving the quality and continuity of the STEM program, that the board make every effort to leverage the existing STEM education team as you establish any new STEM academy for this feeder pattern. It is our sincerest hope that should a retirement plan continue, that the board will proceed with a plan for the Polzer student transition to a new STEM campus that includes the Polzer education team. Our culture begins and ends with them. It would be a shame to break up a high-performing team or to lose the momentum of proven success. Keeping this team intact will not only ensure the integrity of the STEM experience in the transition to a new campus, but will also instill confidence in the parents and youth making that transition. Thank you for your commitment to keeping our kids together. Thank you for your commitment to providing a rigorous STEM learning pathway for our kids. This is an opportunity to show our students and that their educational journey is not defined by budget cuts or school retirements, but by our collective commitment to ensuring their success. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Matt Ensling.
Good evening. My name is Matt Ensland. I live in Highland Village. I apologize ahead of time. I'm nervous, and this is going to be fairly honest. I'd like to begin tonight by thanking everybody. This process has brought together parents from multiple schools who otherwise wouldn't have crossed paths. Over these past few weeks, I've met so many parents with whom I never imagined I would share so many values and have so much in common. Values like school performance and academics, happiness and the capability of staff with workable class sizes, opportunities for our youngest and most fragile kids, ties of our communities to their schools, access, affordability, the quality of life that we all invested in, the proximity to our schools. Tellingly, all these values align with the LISD's own four cornerstones: student learning, student engagement, community engagement, resource stewardship. Indeed, resource stewardship isn't just about dollars, it's also the time and talent of the community and staff recruitment, retainment, and development. Yet the efficiency-focused process by which schools have been identified to retire does not align with the priorities of your electorate or the other cornerstones upon which the LISD is based. Most of the schools to be closed are high-performing schools, and they are routinely chosen more than others. Just look at the transfer numbers. One is a high-performing Title I school, another is a STEM school with years of certification behind it. Most schools tagged for closure are physically tied to their surrounding communities in a method that leads to a higher quality of life, less time on the road, and more family time. One school serves literally half a city that it sits in the middle of, and at least two schools are, by surrounding home value, the most affordable ways into the respective high school feeder patterns. The closure of these schools will make the most eligible neighborhoods for young families in the LISD less desirable, thus magnifying the LISD's own cited problem of fewer young families moving into the district. Financial stewardship is not the sole measure of value or success in any educational setting. Financial goals must be balanced by other equally important priorities, and yes, academic performance is one of those, along with the others I described above. We're a school district, and the ignorance, to be blunt, of school performance is quite astounding. We have entrusted you to prioritize the values of your electorate, and it is this board's obligation to lead our district in the prevailing direction of all four cornerstones. In an attempt to end on a lighter note, if we built buildings as efficiently as possible, there'd be columns in the middle of every boardroom in the world. Boardrooms are better without columns, but they cost more. Our neighborhoods are better with accessible, high-performing schools, but they cost more. And our kids are more than just money. It is not too late to make better decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Richard. Sean Richard. Richard, I'm sorry.
Good evening. Like most people in the room, I'm a transplant to Texas, so it's Richard. I appreciate your time. First, I want to thank the board, the LISD staff, Dr. Rapp, for the incredible work that you all have done to make LISD a destination for families that want their children to have access to the best education possible. Denton County is in the top 5 in the nation of population growth, and this isn't by accident. I think it's in part because of the great leadership of LISD that does incorporate the majority of Denton County's population, in particular the STEM program. I am a proud parent of 2 daughters at the STEM Academy at Polzer Elementary. I'm also active in the business community, including 3 chambers of commerce in Denton County that represents the majority of the LASD footprint. About a month ago, I attended a workforce development summit put on by the Lewisville Chamber and the Lewisville, Texas Economic Development Team. I listened to representatives from secondary education and from the workforce that both echo the importance of the STEM curriculum in our future workforce. In my job, I'm consistently evaluating the return on investment, but in that, I'm also in it for the long game, and I so believe that Polzer Elementary is as well. The STEM Academy at Polzer Elementary was not an overnight success. Under the leadership of Principal Phelps and her administration, the school has become the standard of proficiency and efficiency for elementary STEM academies. It's an incredible amount of work to build this culture of excellence. All this was done while at the same time incorporating the ability to educate and inspire not just STEM students, but also those with special needs. Ms. Phelps and her administration have gone through staff turnover to mine for the staff that includes teachers and counselors whose hearts and vision align with incorporating that STEM curriculum. This simply cannot be duplicated by August without the Polzer staff staying together. Without this, the biggest impacts will be felt by current 3rd and 4th graders in the STEM program. And while school choice may be generally thought of as a threat and a bad word amongst those on the board, make no mistake about it, that several families come from across LISD and outside of the Polzer boundaries to send their children to the Apple Distinguished Common Sense Certified CREST Counseling Excellence Polzer STEM Academy. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan Carney.
Good evening. My name is Megan Carney, and I am the current PTA president at Polzer STEM Academy. I have 2 students that attend Polzer, and I'm also an LISD employee. I've been fortunate to have the opportunity to teach at Hebron and Hebron 9th grade campus for 19 years. Tonight, I would like to bring to your attention some of the issues that have become evident to those of us who have looked at the campus information provided to us by the CEC. After attending the previous board meeting, I understand the goal of possible building closures is to become a more efficient district and therefore be more fiscally efficient as well. I know that one of LIC's 4 cornerstones is resource stewardship, and I respect this immensely. Our cornerstone states that resource stewardship is the management of resources in a fiscally responsible way as stewards of our community's time, talent, and dollars, as well as recruit, retain, and develop the talents of dedicated teachers and staff to engage and inspire learners and leaders. While I agree with this cornerstone completely, I'm not sure how the closure of Polzer and moving 500 students to the other elementary school can be considered anything close to being fiscally responsible and demonstrating resource stewardship. Let me explain. The other school received 1 out of 4 efficiency rating, whereas Polzer received 4 out of 4. The other school has 25% life remaining for the original HVAC system, whereas Polzer has 75%. The other school has negative 5% life remaining score on an HVAC system to a more recent addition. The other school has 25% life remaining for the ceiling and lights, whereas Polzer has 75% life remaining. The other school has negative 5% life remaining score for the roof on their newest addition. Polzer has 75% life remaining score for their flat roof. The other school has negative 13% life remaining score for their electrical switchgear. Polzer has 7% life remaining score for the electrical switchgear. The other school has 25% life remaining score for the fire alarm system, and Polzer has 75%. The other school does not have a generator. Polzer has 88% life remaining score for their generator. The other school has 65% life remaining score for both of their playground structures. Polzer has 100% life remaining score since our playground structures were replaced in the summer of 2024. The other school has negative 70% life remaining for the doors, door hardware, and built-in cabinets. Polzer has positive 80% for the same elements. The other school also has no ADA accommodation for the stage, which means no ramp. So while I agree with the fact that LIC needs to be as efficient as possible while demonstrating resource stewardship, obviously moving students from a highly efficient building like Pulser into a building that would have to have millions of dollars.
Thank you, Ms. Carney. Neil Dobby.
Good evening, esteemed board directors. The only thing we can count on in life is change itself. But change without having an actionable plan for all ramifications, it can lead to disastrous effects, especially for our kids. We're proud parents of 2 kids that have transferred into Pulser. My son learned that my wife and I were working on a message to the board, and he decided to write his own speech and message to the board to protect his school. That's the epitome of being Pulser proud. Our family story is similar to many other families at Pulser who truly believe the success in the kids is because of the administration, teachers, and cross-curricular STEM education, social support, and educational excellence at Pulser. We ask that you ensure the STEM education, support, and frankly, the culture of Pulser stay together and do not get lost due to a financial or administrative decision. I'm going to hand it over to my son and give him the remaining time so you can get a first-hand experience of the kids that Pulser is developing.
Hi, my name is Ian Dovett, and I am a 4th grade student at Pulser STEM Academy. Before we found Pulser, I had just gotten out of homeschool kindergarten, and I was really scared to start public school as I had never gone to one before. My parents kept looking for the right school for me. Then one day, they came home and said, "We found a school for you. It's called Pulser." I thought, sure, why not? But why not go to school that we were zoned for? But I went with it still. On the first day of school, I was welcomed so amazingly, and I loved it. I thought, this is such an amazing school. I will never leave the school until I have to go to middle school. In 1st and 2nd grade, my teachers, Ms. Croce and Ms. Finkley, were encouraging me and giving me extra challenges, but both of them were telling me, you should try to skip. I can't give you much more challenging things without breaking the rules. So I did try to skip, and I passed all 4 tests. I was able to skip 3rd grade. When I went to 4th grade, I was very scared, but I was welcomed so amazingly to 4th grade that I would recommend all the students in the world to come to Pulser. According to me, it is the best school in the world. Thank you for your time, and please keep my school open so that my sister and other kids can enjoy the same STEM education and positive experience I've had at Pulser. Thank you.
My name is Casey Foreman, and I'm a parent of 2 Highland Village elementary students. I wanted to let the board know my thoughts and concerns about this process as you embark on your listening tours. So this will not necessarily be a plea that's individual to Highland Village, but it's my thoughts about what we've been through so far. First of all, I don't see the urgency and the necessity for these changes. It's just not clear to me. $4.5 million is less than 1% of this district's budget. I keep hearing that the optimal capacity is 62,000, but the district has never operated at that capacity. If anything, we're losing about 8,000 students, so I don't know why there's so much concern about 20 to 30%, because that's not the amount that we're losing. Plano ISD closed only 4 schools, 2 elementary schools and 2 middle, in the face of a $35 million shortfall, an amount that's almost 9 times what the LISD is facing, and Plano provided almost a year's worth of advance notice before closing those schools. Those schools are still operational today. Richardson ISD closed only 4 schools and did so with a budget deficit of $27.2 million, and that amounted to 6.5% of its yearly budget. I'm not seeing the evidence that's requiring the rushed nature and the urgency of these specific closures. I want to also point out that there's been a copious amount of data provided, but any time we ask for specificity with respect to where data is located, we're met with look at the data. And sometimes the data sets are completely blank. There's been no explanation as to where the remaining $2 million should be coming from at this $4.5 million deficit. If we close 5 schools, we've got $2.5 million taken care of. Where's the other $2 million coming from? This process has felt rushed, and it makes it feel like the district is trying to get away with something. Most parents didn't know anything about this until October. Regardless of whether it is the intent to close the most affordable schools in the feeder pattern, that is the impact of the proposed changes. And finally, we've been advised that no decisions have been made, and quite frankly, it certainly does not feel that way. Either the decision hasn't been made, which means there's room in that $4.5 million budget deficit to not close some or all of the schools, or the decision has been made, you are tied to that $4.5 million budget deficit, and all of this has been for naught. And frankly, as a parent, as a taxpayer, as an alumna of the LISD, it is reprehensible to me because this doesn't feel transparent. This is not the transparent process that you've been describing, and it's not the transparency that we're entitled to. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Skylar Doherty. I had a whole thing written here, but I've been listening to all of the other parents, community members, and it feels like we're looking at this the wrong way. We are looking to cut costs when everyone is telling you how great LISD is. You guys know the accolades. Why are we not looking to maximize, make it a lighthouse, and encourage more students in? Let's say it's $7,000 a student you receive. That's simply 650 students you need to reach your $4.5 million deficit. You have the capacity. Your own data shows you have the capacity. Why can we not recruit not just teachers, but students? We know DFW is very well populated. Why are we looking to cut instead of accentuate what LISD has created? Let's make it the lighthouse that it should be and welcome more in. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel Sheehy.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Sheehy. I'm a proud parent of a zoned second grader and hopefully future kindergartner of Polzer STEM Elementary. As you all know, this is a difficult time for many school districts across the state, and of course LISD is no exception. Unfortunately, Polzer STEM has been identified as one of the possible campuses up for retirement. When you see or hear the family say save Polzer, we're talking about so much more than just a building. Polzer is a strong, caring culture that's been led from the top down with our amazing principal and assistant principal. STEM is the future, and this staff and administration are fully bought into that. Currently at Polzer, 95% of our staff are already STEM certified, and the ones who are not are currently undergoing that process. That even includes our librarian, our PE coach, and our counselor. STEM with PE, these guys are completely bought in. I'm not going to spend the time talking about the accolades that some of the other parents have already talked about with our many awards. They're all out there. And I completely understand there is a need to find cost savings for the district. We all understand that as we live it in our own homes. But I ask that you consider the costs that have already gone into certifying Polzer Elementary and the teachers and the staff. I have 2 suggestions for you to consider this evening. One, are there any other options that would allow us to maintain Polzer as a school, even just in the name? Because that will help us to retain those certifications and all of those awards. Whereas if we were to retire Polzer and that name is gone, all of those awards are gone with it. And number 2, as a few others have also mentioned, allow our teachers, staff, admin, students to all remain together. This amazing team could stay intact to benefit even more families. It takes dedication and commitment for a campus to be all in with STEM education, as we know this is the future. Every STEM campus deserves to have the best leaders in place to make that happen and to make sure that STEM is succeeding. Polzer has accomplished that, and that team has become family. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no non-stakeholders speaking tonight. At this time, the board will take a 10-minute recess. The time is 8:36 p.m. We are back in session. The time is 8:42 p.m. Next on the agenda is a public hearing on the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, the first report. We will now conduct a public hearing on the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas. Mr. Ware.
Thank you. The School Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, or FIRST, is the state's school financial accountability rating system. We're evaluated each year on this. It ensures that Texas school districts are held accountable for the quality of their financial management practices. I may be having issues with the clickers. Oh, there we go. And so they measure the quality of our financial management practices and making sure that we improve upon these practices. It's also designed to encourage districts to better manage their financial resources to make sure that we are providing the maximum allocation possible for the instructional purposes. School districts are required to hold a public meeting to present the financial rating, and we're required to do that within 2 months of receiving the official rating. So we had published a notice for the public hearing on both October 27th and 28th for the hearing tonight. And so when taking a look at the rating, there are a few critical indicators that districts must pass or else they fail the overall rating. And then you'll see what the rating system is at the bottom of that slide. So this rating is for the 2023-2024 report. It's based on financial data for 2022-23 fiscal year. So the rating that the district received for this report is an A, which is superior achievement. And the district score was 96 out of 100, which was an increase of 2 points from the prior year. So there are some indicators that I'm going to go over that the district will either pass or fail. That's the metric. And then there are others that will actually receive individual points for. And so there are 21 indicators. So I'm going to quickly provide a summary of these indicators. So indicator 1, for a district such as ours that has an August 31st fiscal year end, we must submit our annual financial report to TEA prior to January 28th. And we submitted ours, and it was received by TEA on January 8th, so we passed that indicator. The next one is looking to see if there's an unmodified opinion in the annual financial report on the financial statements as a whole, what is referred to as a clean audit or clean opinion, meaning that there are no indications of financial mismanagement, material errors, or poor controls. And the district did receive an unmodified opinion, so we passed this indicator. The next indicator is looking at to see if the district made all debt service payments in a timely manner, and we did, so we passed that indicator. Indicator 4, did the district make timely payments to TRS, TWC, IRS, and other government agencies in a timely manner? And we did, so we passed that indicator. So we passed all 4 of the indicators that we have to make sure that we have a passing score for the first rating. So the next one is looking at the district's total net position in the governmental activities column in the statement of net position. And that total must be greater than 0. For us, it was $266 million, so we easily passed that indicator. The next one is looking at the average change in assigned and unassigned fund balance over 3 years must be less than a 25% decrease, or else the district must have at least 75 days of fund balance. And so for us, our assigned and unassigned fund balance decreased by 10% over the years that are being tested, so we met that indicator. Indicator 7 was the number of days of cash on hand and current investments in the general fund sufficient to cover operating expenditures. So TEA would require that districts have at least 90 days of cash on hand to make sure that we can meet our operating expenditures. For the year being tested, we had 122 days, so we received the maximum 10 points. Indicator number 8 was the measure of current assets to current liabilities ratio for the school district sufficient to cover short-term debt. Our ratio was 2.04, so we received 6 points on this indicator. And you'll see the next slide is a history of the last 8 years and what the ratio has been over those 8 years. And you can see that we've received anywhere from 6 to 10 points each year for that indicator. Indicator 9, did the district's general fund revenues equal or exceed expenditures? If not, did the district have at least 60 days of cash on hand? So for the year being tested, our expenditures actually exceeded our revenue by $17.1 million. So we did not meet the first part of that indicator. If we would not meet the second part, then we would have received 10 fewer points. So the maximum we could have received was a B. But we did have more than 60 days of cash on hand. So based on that, we did pass this indicator. Indicator 10 was not evaluated. Indicator 11 looks at the ratio of long-term liabilities to total assets to make sure that we can support our long-term solvency. Our ratio for this was 0.568, which is 10 points. And on this next slide, you'll see what our ratio has been over the last 8 years. With the exception of 1 year, the same thing on this indicator, we've varied from 6 to 10 points earned over the past 8 years. Indicator 12, looking at the correlation between our future debt requirements and the district's assessed property value, because our property value helps determine the property tax collections that we receive on the interest and sinking side, and those property tax collections are used to meet our debt requirements. And so our ratio was 1.91, which easily exceeded the limit of 4 to receive the 10 points. So we had sufficient assessed property value to meet our debt requirements. Indicator 13 was the school district's administrative cost ratio equal to or less than the threshold ratio. So this indicator is looking to see how much the district spends on their administrative cost. So this is not only in function 41 that we'll talk about more next month when the financial audit's presented, but there could also be some costs in function 21, which is instructional leadership. And so this metric is looking to see how much of a district's overall expenditures were used for administrative costs. And so it's varying scores based on the size of a district. So for a district such as ours that has over 10,000 ADA, our range could be anywhere from spending all the way up to 18.5% of our expenditures on administrative costs, to where we would still receive 2 points, all the way down to 8.55% to get 10 points. And so for us, we actually had 6.48% of our expenditures were on administrative costs. So we were well below the 10 points that were needed, or the score to get the 10 points on this indicator. Indicator 14, did the school district not have a 15% decline in the student to staff ratio over 3 years? And so if the student enrollment did not decrease, we would automatically pass this. Well, our enrollment did decrease by 301 students for the 3 years. However, our student to staff ratio declined by only 0.6%, so we received the maximum points. Indicator 15 is not being evaluated this year. Indicator 16 takes a look at our PEMS data and compares it to our annual financial report that's submitted to make sure that there's very little variance in our expenditures by function. The metric is that it has to be within 3% of a variance to receive the 10 points. We actually had a 0.01% variance, so we easily passed this metric. These next few are discussing our indicators based on the annual financial report. The first one, did the external independent auditor report, was it free of any instances of material weaknesses in internal controls? And ours was free of that, so we passed that ceiling. Indicator 18 was the annual financial report free of any instances of material noncompliance for grants, contracts, and laws. Ours was free of that, so we received the maximum points. Number 19, did the school district post the required financial information on its website and in accordance with government code, local government code, Texas Education Code? And so there's a lot of financial information that the district is required to report on our website, and we do that on an annual basis, so we receive the maximum points on this indicator. Indicator 20, did the school district's administration and school board discuss any changes or any impact to local, state, and federal funding at a board meeting within 120 days before the district adopted its budget? And as we start the budget process in February every year, we're discussing this every single meeting. And so this was an easy one to pass. And then the last indicator is, did the school district receive an adjusted repayment schedule for more than one fiscal year for an overallocation of foundation school program funds because of a financial hardship? And so we did not have one. We have not received any overallocation, and so we did not receive an adjusted repayment schedule. So we passed that. And so that concludes the 21 indicators that were evaluated on that are used to determine our first rating. In addition to that, there are some disclosures that we're required to report each year, and these are included in our first report that's posted on the district's website each year. We're required to disclose certain information such as posting the superintendent's employment contract, reimbursements received by the superintendent and board, which are primarily for travel costs for professional development, whether there were any outside compensation received by the superintendent for professional consulting, if there were any gifts with a value more than $250 received by the superintendent or board members during the year, which there were none, and then also whether there were any business transactions between the school district and board members for the year, which there were none. And so that concludes the first presentation. And as I mentioned, this report will be posted on the district's website.
Thank you, Mr. Rare. Public comments concerning the public hearing on the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas report is next on our agenda. The public hearing on the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas is now open. If there are any persons present who would like to speak to this topic, please come forward at this time. If there are no speakers, I declare this public hearing closed. Next on the agenda is the consent items. Are there any items to be pulled, or would someone like to make a motion? Yeah. Ms. Sells?
I move that the board approve the consent agenda items as recommended by administration.
Ms. Taylor, second. All those in favor? Ms. Lasan? I see you. That's 7-0. Next on the agenda are information items. First up is our PTA update. Dr. Rapp.
All right, well, I'm happy to ask Ms. Carrie Baker to come to the podium, please, as she is serving as our LISD Council of PTA President, and I'm just, of course, so grateful for the partnership that we have with our PTAs. I appreciate their advocacy. I appreciate the role that they play in educating our community about the public school funding challenges that we face. And I've appreciated the partnership over these several years, and we're excited to get a brief report from you this evening. Carrie.
Thank you, Dr. Rapp. Thank you for talking long enough for me to get up to the podium. As you know, Bowling for Scholars was this weekend, and I bowled a little too vigorously. Not that you'd know from my score, but I am honored to be with you tonight as the president of the Lewisville ISD Council of PTAs. I appreciate the time you've given me tonight, knowing how much else you have to attend to, and I want to express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to share the impact and ongoing efforts of our PTA Council. I have also submitted a written report with further details for you to review at your convenience. Our council comprises the 59 local PTAs operating within the school district. We have a dedicated board of 18 members, including our LASD liaison, 3 principal representatives, and our superintendent. As of November 6, 2024, we are proud to have 15,192 members enrolled in our local PTAs. I want to take a moment to recognize our hero members. Our superhero members have joined all 59 PTAs in LASD, and our farmer heroes have joined all the PTAs in the Lewisville High School feeder pattern, and we appreciate their support, and more are always welcome. The objectives of a PTA council are to support local PTA leaders by unifying and strengthening its local PTAs, to conduct the business of a council by providing for the conference and cooperation of the local PTAs in council PTA membership, and to promote national and Texas PTA. All of the work we do is guided by the PTA mission to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. Based on the objectives of the council, we've set goals to develop relationships between PTAs, demonstrate and promote PTA best practices to local PTA leaders, and enhance principal PTA relationships by improving mutual understanding and cooperation. To develop relationships between local PTAs, we introduced PTA Partners, which operates in conjunction with our outreach committee. PTAs can come to us and share a need that they have, and we will connect them with another PTA in our district who has the ability to meet that need. We have also extended this effort to our non-traditional campuses. So far this year, we have partnered DeGan and Highland Village Elementary PTAs. Marcus PTSA partnered with the Student Success Center, and Heritage Elementary PTA partnered with the Lewisville Learning Center for staff appreciation treats, and Polster Elementary PTA, Independence Elementary PTA, and Arbor Creek Middle School PTA all partnered with Tech East to provide a luncheon for the campus's hardworking teachers and staff, and we have more coming. To our goal of promoting best practices to PTA leaders, we have facilitated many training opportunities. In July, we rallied together and had 122 LASD PTA leaders, the highest of any district in the state, attend Launch, Texas PTA's annual training and leadership conference. We were proud that among our number, we had 44 first-time attendees, 4 LASD principals, and 1 superintendent. As a side note, our council was also asked by Jennifer Easley, the Texas PTA president, to arrange student groups to perform the national anthem and recite the pledges to the U.S. and Texas flags at the start of our general membership meeting. We were proud to have 3 choir students from Marcus High School and 2 adorable students from Prairie Trail Elementary representing LASD. And when they came out, everybody went, "Aww." We also provide training to our local PTA leaders. Over the summer, we held a financial reconciliation Get It Done event where financial reconciliation committees could come and complete their reconciliations with help available from PTA treasurers and other reconciliation veterans. Shortly after that, we offered positional training to all members of our local PTA boards. For our goal regarding relationships between PTA presidents and principals, we held our annual Presidents and Principals Luncheon in late October. This year, our council covered much of the cost in order to remove financial obstacles for locals, as well as to convey how much value we see in strong president-principal relationships. We welcomed representatives from 46 PTAs, as well as guests from the Student Success Center, LASD administration, and the Board of Trustees. We challenged attendees to a quiz on PTA and district policies and invited them to share their stories and successes with each other. In addition to these goals, we set some goals for our entire council at our 50th Backing the Future rally. This rally is our official kickoff to the school year, attended by PTA leaders and special guests, including members of the Texas PTA Board of Directors, local mayors, and members of the school board. In honor of our council's 50th anniversary, we set some 50 goals related to council programs, relationships between PTAs and schools, and advocacy, and challenged our local PTAs to set their own goals as well. I will mention 2 of ours here. First is our goal of 50 lost and found donations to our Dress to Learn closet. Dress to Learn is our council's clothing closet where we provide clothes and basic toiletries to any LASD students in need so they can come to school Dress to Learn. Our program relies on countless volunteer hours, donations, and corporate partnerships to meet the needs of our district. This year, we set a goal to receive 50 lost and found donations from local PTAs in our council. We hope that this will not only stock our shelves with needed items, but will also increase awareness of the program among our PTAs and campus leaders. Advocacy has remained a core focus as we prepare for the 89th legislative session. Our council was featured in Texas PTA's monthly newsletter for the compelling advocacy efforts led by our advocacy chair, Julie Foudy, and Dr. Rapp at our rally. There, we encouraged our members to vote and set a goal to share at least 50 #PTA votes photos on our social media pages. To encourage informed voting, we held a Texas Senate and House candidate forum to which we invited all candidates to come and share their perspectives on issues relating to public school funding. The forum was well attended both in person and via live streaming, despite none of us really knowing how to use Facebook Live. Guided by Texas PTA, our advocacy efforts remain strong and focused. The Board of Directors recently released legislative priorities for the 89th session, detailed in my written report. And I'd like to take this opportunity to invite each of you to join us for Rally Day at the Capitol on February 24th. As we progress through this school year, the LASD Council of PTA's commitment to students and families of LISD remains steadfast. We're excited to continue building strong partnerships with the community, empowering our local PTAs, and advocating for positive changes that directly impact our schools and community. Thank you for the opportunity to share progress, for your unwavering support, and for the incredible work you do for our district.
Thank you. Any comments, questions? All right. Oh, Ms. Sell, sorry.
I just wanted to thank Carrie. Where'd you go? There you sat back down. I just wanted to thank you for coming in and giving those reports for at least myself on the board, probably a couple of us on the board. You know, we've been involved with the Council of PTA since we used to meet at the Timber Creek location. That's true. And then we moved and we met at the SSAB location. Neither of those locations are, you know, part of the LISD family anymore because of the consolidation and into this location. But when you stand up here and you give the goals that you've set, I just want to commend you. You know, I'm sitting by another former council president too. So there's two of us sitting here, and it's extremely important to us that this work continues. I know that original letter has been lost, I think, unless it has been found where we formed that alliance with LISD, and I want to thank that the leaders back then, 50 years ago, had the foresight to sit down and handwrite on a piece of paper a agreement between the Texas PTA that this district would always be a PTA district. And I think that has led to a strength and just a uniqueness about LISD, and I just want to commend you and your board for always looking at new ways to do things and to see things, and that's really what it takes for it to continue and to continue to be the success it is. So thank you so much, and thank you for coming on tonight to present. We do appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I would just echo, we appreciate the relationship that we have as a district with PTA, the council PTAs, but also to all the individual PTAs that represent our campuses. So thank you. Next on the agenda is a student learning update. Dr. Fitzhugh.
Good evening. It's time for our beginning of year data results from student learning. As that presentation's pulling up, this is something we look at every year. And if you will recall, tonight we're going to look at early childhood literacy, which is our third grade reading data. We're going to look at math, which is also third grade, and then CCMR data for our high school campus, for our high school students. So September 9th, we came to the board with all the different goals, and you guys looked through them, and we discussed them, and we set a plan. LISD uses iStation for reading, and we also use iStation for math. Each campus has their own goal that's part of their campus improvement plan, and then high schools have one for college, career, military readiness. So here is our third grade reading. Our overall goal for our third grade students is 78.2%. Currently, we're coming in at 69%. That is without IEP data being considered in there. So what happens right now is students are working on their individual goal, and at end of year, the campuses report out and tell us which students made progress and achieved those goals, and we will put them in there. So we will see a bump or a jump in the data at end of year. But right now, that beginning of year data is at 69%. We're working with campuses and looking at what students are not meeting their goals and what do we need to do to help provide individual supports. If you look across the board, kind of where we are historically with this, we're right in line with where we normally are beginning of year. We always have been able to see those growth throughout, so I anticipate that's what we will see this year as well. When you look at individual campuses, right now we have 2 campuses that have met their individual target. We have 10 that are within 10%, 11 that are in the 10 to 20% change needed, and then 16% that have more than 20% to go to their target. Again, when we add in that special education, those IEP considerations, we will see some of those numbers increase.
And I'm going to chime in at this point just to share with you, we've been working closely with iStation and considering our data and what it looks like across the state. And so in comparison to over 350 school districts, 72% of our campuses are outperforming the rest of the state at the beginning of the year when you look at iStation users. And we thought it would be good to share that with you. Level 5 being where we want our students to be, and we are in the red, so we're tracking along quite a bit higher than the rest of the districts within our state.
Okay, when we look at math data, I always give the math reminders. Math is a little bit different than reading at beginning of year because math, they're really specific skills, and so iStation tests on all of them, and we've had 2 months of school, 6 weeks of school at this point when our students have taken this test. iStation is not aligned with our scope and sequence, so it's one of those things that as students learn more throughout the year, we see lots of growth. It picks up middle of year. Again, we do not have the IEP data included in this data set yet when we pull it up, but it's one that we see lots of rapid growth as we move throughout the year. So right now, our target's 76.2%. We're currently at 52%. We're working on closing some of those performance gaps with individual student groups as well. That's really what our campuses are focusing on in this moment when we look at this beginning of year data. When you look at where we have been historically beginning of year, again, we're right in line with where we have been in the past. And so this is not an alarming number right now. This is a number that we know we can build on and work with our students to see the growth that we need. When you look at where individual campuses fall in terms of their targets, we have 0 campuses that have actually met their target right now, 2 that are within 15%, 9 that are in that 16 to 25% range, and then 28 that have more than 25% to go to their target.
Again, this slide is just representative of the 62% of our campuses outperforming the rest of the state as of the beginning of the year. And I appreciate Sarah, Dr. Fitzhugh pointing out that this is assessing all concepts in math. And so we are expecting huge gains as we go throughout the course of the year. Dr. Fitzhugh, would you advance? Great. I wanted to provide a learning and teaching support update. We are doing things with our learning facilitators that we have remaining, so we're attempting to do more with less of them. So we did some revising of how we support the campuses. This one in particular is to share with you how we are supporting campuses with greatest needs and cycles that we haven't done before. We've taken anybody who was a math or a science facilitator, they are now math and science facilitators. And their capacity has actually grown because of that. So we have certain campuses that see someone 4 days a week with math and science and then 4 days a week with language arts and social studies. And you can see the trend as it goes to the 6 campuses, 9 campuses, and 20 campuses. Those are specifically created in a manner that supports the campuses based on their data and analysis that we did around that last year's data. You can see that we've had 1,500 coaching sessions logged, and that is up from 840. So we're very proud to see that we were able to improve that with a redesign approach. In addition, professional learning, as you know, is ongoing for us from the summer into the opportunity to get in with teachers as much as we can during the school year, having some more job-embedded approaches. We have moved from DRA to DIBELS. They're quick assessments that are for our most at-risk readers, and they help teachers to very quickly identify some of their specific needs and then have some turnkey lessons, mini lessons that they can use. So it's something we expect to see an increase in usage of, and then an identification of specific needs over time, because teachers are adapting and adjusting to this new assessment. But most of the feedback has been quite powerful. And then our math and instructional focuses are still on that intentional problem solving, looking at the CRA progression, and then the small group differentiated support for our students. We also are doing many of these things in the secondary. I know we're pretty specific about elementary right now, but secondary is attempting to do a lot of specific support for each of our campuses as much as they can as well. And then from administrative support, there have been teams of us going out to meet with 19 campuses. We've set up 3 meetings throughout the course of the year that align with these check-ins with you, so that we can dig in deeper to any disparities we might see, and to look at their student populations and student groups and check on each individual student by name, by grade, 3rd grade in particular, and to ask them what supports they're providing for those students as they go, to make sure that they are getting this information down to their teachers as well. And then we've got content administrators doing walkthroughs with campus administrators, doing look-fors on lesson design, and then the professional learning that's built out of that, aligned with our One Vision framework that we've rolled out this year.
Okay, so CCMR, College Career Military Readiness. This is an interesting measure because TEA has a very specific finite set of data that they look at for students to be CCMR ready. So that's that top row there that you see. We're currently sitting with all of our students at 44% when I pulled this data. Since this time, we've gotten some additional data in. We have students enrolled in CTE classes that we know are set to finish. We've been looking at one of the ways that students can demonstrate CCMR is through completing their IEP and graduating on an advanced plan. So a lot of our special students served through special education are on the path to be ready. So we do anticipate that this number will increase. We'll see the largest increase probably once we know the graduation status, because that's how a lot of it is set to look. But we are monitoring it. We also look at students who are engaged, because part of it is just getting students to take those opportunities, take those college tests, enroll in CTE courses, try to take an industry-based certification. And so when you look at that, you can see that we do have a large portion of our students who are engaged in college, career, and military ready activities as defined by TEA right there. When you look at LISD, we've expanded those readiness to kind of look at what does it look like to be ready as a freshman, a sophomore, a junior. Those include lots of things like completing Algebra 1, geometry, Algebra 2, your attendance, your discipline. It's a much more robust set of data that research indicates shows that you are ready for the next step after high school graduation. And so these are what our numbers look like right now. You can see that they are, we do show more students prepared according to our metrics that are more robust than compared with TEAs. But we do monitor freshman data because we don't have a full semester. I will continue to work to pull that, and we'll have that at the middle of the year for you. But we are looking with each of our students. We're trying to work through and see who's on what path to meet what requirements. We had a discussion last spring about some of the things we were going to do to focus on college, career, military ready to help support our students. And so that plan is fully underway. You can see there by some of those numbers. We have seen increased enrollment in our college prep math courses. We've seen increased enrollment in our college prep English courses as well. We've seen increased in dual credit student participants. So we're seeing a positive trend. The thing when this is reported by TEA on the TAPR or anything, it's very lagging. So it's going to take a while in the official reports to see the produce, the product of our labor, but it's coming and we are working on it and having these conversations. When we met, we've been working through going and checking in with all the campuses. We've met with 4 of the 5 campuses. We've provided a very large database set that kind of looks at every opportunity a student quite possibly could have. We are fielding questions from counselors on a regular basis with, Sarah, this is what I'm seeing, but what are you seeing? How can we do this? I think this student's going to meet this criteria. And so all of our campuses are very much so invested in making sure that our students are as prepared as possible for that next step post-graduation. We have implemented TSI testing that's currently ongoing with the first group of students based on course completion, because Algebra 2 is necessary really to do well in those tests, and English 3, so that's what we're working with. I know that, do you want to talk about CTE and what Jason's doing?
Sure, and a very big kudos out to Dr. Fitzhugh, Karen Seeley, Jill Adams, and Jason Cooper for all of their work in the pulling of the data and making it into a succinct manner that the principals and counselors can work with. It's been excellent to visit with them, and we have follow-ups with those campus staff as well. Jason and his team have really put together some great pathways that end in an IBC, and it's very easy to track and follow so that we can have higher completion rates in the CTE field. We've adjusted our timeline for the career explorations elective so that we're visiting with the campus principals at the middle school. Because it's going so well, we'd really like to go ahead and get them on board to expand that for next year. And also looking at other courses in middle school that can be offered that have the high school credit that get them just the step ahead on their journey through high school. The tech tours in 8th grade have been very successful. Moving that from 7th to 8th has been a very positive response, as Jason told you last month as well.
And with that, we'll be back in March with a middle of year update, and then in June with an end of year update. Are there any questions?
Dr. Barker.
Of course, you couldn't, even though I don't have much of a voice, you couldn't get away without a couple of comments and questions from me. I have 3 comments and 1 question. That's all. First of all, thank you so much for continuing to monitor not only our local CCMR metrics, but also that CCMR engagement metric so that we can monitor at a high level where we are on track for that ultimate CCMR. I really appreciate that. And I know that's some challenging data to work with, but I think it helps us to benchmark that. Also, I'll be very interested. I'm pleased that we're seeing increases in college prep math and English, but I am concerned about that too, because we know that TEA is taking a look at that as a CCMR indicator, and that may be changing. And so I just want us to be a little cautious about that indicator in particular and keep an eye on it. My third comment is thank you for implementing TSI testing as a course completion for those courses. I think that's excellent, and for a lot of different reasons, not just for CCMR, but also so that we can see what do those students need before they progress to that next level in terms of being ready for college entrance. There were my 3 comments. 1 very simple question. I don't know, maybe it's not that simple. We talk a lot, and I hear a lot from our learning and teaching team and from you about what we're doing for those campuses that are not yet meeting their goals. So my question, what about those 2 campuses that have already met their reading goals? What do they do from there? Because we know that we don't just want to meet a standard of education, we exceed the standard of education. So what happens?
So the 2 campuses who have met their goals have not met all of their individual student group goals. So there are some different pieces that they are still focusing on. While all students have met, there are some gaps they can still work on closing. Also, none of them are at 95%. So there is still room for students to grow. And so they're still working on every student meeting and reading on grade level. Just because that's a yes in that column doesn't mean that we call it a school year and we're done. Like, there are still students that need to learn, and they are still very much so dedicated to focusing and meeting each individual student's needs.
Thank you so much. So in that regard, the data is not just the data, right? It is a launching point for where do we go next. It is who else needs to succeed, who else needs to be at this level, and what can we do to get them there. Thank you.
Ms. Taylor?
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to say that I appreciate the supports that are being provided. And I had questions about that because thank you so much for providing the information on a more granular level for the campuses, but noticing that we have some struggles with certain cohorts across specifically one feeder pattern, as I had enough time to look at. are the supports that we provide, are they different by feeder patterns? Do we provide more support for those campuses that need help, especially at the cohort level?
I'll take that. So on one of the slides where I showed you the example of the new schedule that we implemented, I wouldn't say it's by feeder, but it's by need of the data and that's being reported. So from looking at last year's second graders as they rolled up, we tried to get ahead of that so that they could see their student groups and then to identify those that were not performing on grade level by the time they ended second grade. So those 19 campuses that we've been meeting with, those are the ones that we identified to get the 4 days of rotational support, but we have that across our district. But however, there are more schools in certain feeder patterns that we've identified to get that assistance. We've actually been able to up the support at all of the other campuses as well, just because of our redesign. And so we're really waiting to see how those results turn out with those campuses. But if you'll notice, for the campuses who are on a 4 days cycle, they are getting that every 4 weeks. And then you've got 6 campuses every 3 weeks. So we've really upped that, but it's specific to the campus and the campus needs and their demographics and their results of the data that came out both with STAR and iStation, actually.
Dr. Bonner.
Thank you, Ms. Prosnick. Adrian, remind me, did we reduce staff in learning and teaching, and is that what caused us to double dip on the math, science, English? You follow where I'm going?
Yes, sir. As we had any resignations or openings, we did not fill those positions, and so therefore we got creative in how we were doing this support. Yeah. And the math and science made the most sense to make them as best as we could the instructional coaches of both those subjects at one time. So now, instead of being math specific, they could be there one day and it's supporting a science instruction, and then the next day math. But yes, it's worked itself out. We're hoping to see the fruits of that labor.
Right. So remaining staff has done 2x number of coaching sessions with reduced staff, right? And so I'm thankful for that. I thought I remembered that, but I wanted to ask the question so that I could actually have a question in here rather than just a bunch of comments. So 2x on the staff coaching and modeling. Time on task is a great learning opportunity for adults and students, right? And so I'm appreciative for your work there and making sure that we've built a model based on our budget reduction that's actually working over time. And then the last thing I would say, I agree with my colleague to my left that this beginning of the year data is good, but I look forward to the middle of the year data and increasing sub-pop groups and feeder pattern groups. So thank you for highlighting that, Sheila.
I want to say that I really appreciate the 8th grade tours. I think they're more impactful because it's closer to when kids are getting ready to make those decisions in February about what they want to do next year when they hit high school. So I think that that's been very impactful. I also think it's been impactful not having open houses for Tech East and Tech West on the same night. So that you don't have to travel across the district if you have a kid that's interested in culinary or phlebotomy. I think that is I think that's just nice, easy, and strategic, and part of those CCMRs. Could you remind me how long that lag time is for the CCMRs? Because we're looking at the class of 2025, but when will we actually be evaluated on it?
So I'm going to get my years all right in my head. So accountability data is released in August each year for the previous school year, but our accountability that would have been released in 2024, it's still held up in a lawsuit, but should that be released would have been based on the class of 2023. So our class of 2025 data will not be a part of accountability until August of 2026. And I believe that's the same with the TAPR too.
All right, that's about what I was thinking. So it's so far behind, it's not anything you can do anything about. It's such autopsy data. So I just kind of wanted to bring that back to light. Thank you very much, Dr. Fitzhugh. Next is our monthly technology report. Mr. Colbeck.
Thank you, Madam President. The monthly technology report is in Board Book, and it's for the month ending on September 30th. On the first page, you'll see that our 2017 bond balance is down slightly from some of the encumbrances that are now showing up in the report. Also, with our fiscal year starting off in September, you'll see our revenues are outpacing our expenses as we're in the process of collecting fees back to school. So that's going to grow slow in both areas of revenue and expense. Our revenues will at some point slow down. Expenses will start outpacing what it has been as we see each year. I also want to point out on the first page the devices. I mentioned this last month that we would start seeing that the average age of a device for grades 4 through 12 to start going down. So I think this month compared to last month is probably a decrease in about 18 months because we were issuing the new student devices. So I'd expect as that project continued, our October numbers should be even better. On page 2, I want to point out a couple items. The opt-in percentage is up from previous months. We're almost at that 95%. So essentially, students in grades 4 through 12 have opted into the 1-to-X program. Also, the device on campus number saw about a 10% jump from the month prior. And also, just to point out too, is we look at our goal for the year is 89%. So the number is very good right now, and I think certainly issuing new devices help drive that up a little bit. But it's trending very well. We're trying to basically report out that number from the 1st of September through the end of April, knowing that there's kind of a ramping up at the beginning of the year and a ramping down, especially for seniors, we start collecting devices. And lastly, I want to point out, as we continue to try to make changes and monitor and adjust our filtering, you'll see out of all of our bandwidth, almost 95% of our bandwidth is for the educational purpose. So it's that number's continuing to grow as we continue to change some of our filtering policies. So with that, if you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them.
Dr. Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, a comment. It's so nice to see those devices all in the green. That's really powerful. So thank you to our communities for voting for the bonds that helped us to be able to get those devices where they needed to be. And then I have 2 personal comments from a freshman at Flower Mound High School. The first one is that she actually was looking at her screen time on her phone, and she was like, why is the screen time on my phone so high? I don't use my phone that much. Well, her Apple ID is connected to her iPad. And she was like, Mom, I realized all the stuff that is showing in my screen time is what I'm doing on my iPad. And it's Canvas, and it's her Pearson AP Bio textbook, and it's her Notes app that she's using to take notes for biology and geometry. And so she was like, it's all educational stuff, Mom. And I was like, yeah, we actually get a report on that every month about how much you're using your iPads for educational use. So I just wanted to pass that along, that she noticed that as on her own about what she's using her devices for. And then the second is just a bit of feedback about not the iPad itself, but the case. She misses the ability to remove the keyboard. So just, a little bit of feedback there from one student.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Colbeck.
Thank you.
Next up is our discussion items. Up first is the third quarter demographic update. Mr. Kaj.
Yes, thank you, President Prosnick, board members, Dr. Rapp. As Rocky makes his way up here, just a reminder that we do 4 reports per year, 2 of them in person, 2 of them virtual, and we're lucky enough to have him in person tonight. So, Rocky, it's all you.
Thank you, Mr. Cost. Board, Dr. Rapp, it's a pleasure to be back in Lewisville. I feel like it's been a long time. I don't know if you guys have missed me or not, but I feel like it's been a long time. So this is your third quarter report. So this is data that went through the end of September and was collected at the end of September. It takes us about a month before we get it back. So just so you're aware where we're at there. Again, first thing I'd like to do is just look at how we did. Last year, I was projecting about 47,600 students. You guys came in over my projection, actually. I try to be within 1%. I was within 0.4, so I feel pretty good about that. It's not bad. Part of the challenge was the pre-K. Pre-K came in really high, and then we had a little drop in kindergarten, and that kindergarten thing is what begins to concern me, because those are the classes that then move through, and that small class starts there. Because once we start them, if you look at your cohorts at the bottom, they're all 1 or above in most cases that aren't high school, so which tells me that once we have the student, it stays in the district, and that's kind of what we want to see. So I'm hoping that next year we see a little bump back in kindergarten. The economy is still doing well. Of course, it all depends on who you talk to and who you're listening to. But this report, from a job perspective, unemployment rate perspective, has been the same for several years now. I look at 5% as full employment. Anything below 5%, it becomes kind of messy if you're trying to attract new employers to an area. So they like seeing that 4% in there, so they know there's a labor force there. Starts and closings. Dallas is still the #1 housing market in the country. 48,000 starts, 47,000 closings. They're back together again, which is where we want them to be. The builders aren't getting too far in front. Then they're getting to close them. Hopefully with a little bit of help with interest rates. I don't know if they're going to drop as quickly as we thought, but maybe by summer we'll have a couple drops. You know, Houston's is #2. I don't know if I have that slide in here. I don't. But Dallas and Houston are by far adding more houses than anywhere else in the country. So Texas is still the fastest growing state by far. Dallas-Fort Worth is leading the pack there. Lewisville is still in the top 25. I know that you feel like you're building out, but there's still these little pockets that developers are finding. We're doing about 600 homes a year. Inventory sitting about 254, but we're down to about 1,600 future lots. And if you look at that top 25, most of those have more futures than Lewisville, which means we might begin to see ourselves fall down in that top 25 rank. But last quarter, we dropped down to only 39 starts. So that's the least number of starts that I've recorded in one quarter. And it's just a lot availability. You've got 67 homes closed because we're working off those higher starts from the previous quarters. So we're going to be kind of keeping an eye on that, because that means that you're probably going to finish the year with maybe about 220 starts. And if you look across there, we haven't been below 500 in a very long time. Closings, I think you're going to have a pretty good closing, because we've got that inventory. That strong inventory there will get you another 120 closings. So I think we'll finish the year up in closings. But what's coming after that is quite a bit slower. It's a different product also. We'll talk some about that. So this is where the developments are. We still have some development. That green area, keep in mind, are the active subdivisions where we actually have active home building going on. The yellow areas are future. So we do have some 23 future subdivisions, not a lot of homes in each one of those. And we got groundwork underway. So 700 lots are being developed in 7 subdivisions. That's where you see those red outlines. So that'll be our next round of development. Now, most of this product is a little bit different, like I was saying. Castle Hills is getting closer and closer. First homes are under construction in townhomes. The Castle Hills North Point is yielding 0.54. So that's about 5 students for every 10 homes. There was a time when we were building over 0.6. We were yielding over 0.6. So our yields have been continually dropping as well. Part of it's the product they're building, the townhomes, cottages. We're just not yielding as many students. This is a lakeside crossing. Again, this is a final plat that was approved in May. You can see from our September aerial there that they've got homes starting this spring, and about 760 future multifamily as well. Multifamily is going to be a little bit of a challenge. I'm going to show a slide here in a little bit, because occupancy rates have dropped so much in multifamily. The Smith Tract, 223 future lots. That's a lot of development going on. First homes probably in 2026. It takes a while. So if you see a development, vacant land, and if it's already processed, if we have vacant land out there, or those futures, so the yellow areas I told you about, that means that we know it's going to happen, but we don't really know. When you see that first tractor out there, the first movement of dirt, then you might have a student within about 24 months. That's when you're going to see your first student. It takes about 2 years once they've started the development. But now keep in mind, vacant tracts that we don't have anything on yet, it might be 5. Their process takes a lot longer. Somebody's got to buy it. They got to submit plans. They got to pass zoning. Then they got to get that first dirt on there. So so you can't really. And luckily we're staying in front of it enough that we know that if we see one moving now, we got about 2 years, and we know what the yields are as well. Multifamily, you can see the occupancy rates in multifamily in Dallas-Fort Worth are down to about 87%. So down another 2% year over year. We were sitting about 92% just 2 years ago. That's a pretty big drop, especially in a district with as many multifamily as we have in Lewisville. So not only are we yielding fewer, but they're not as full either. And it's a very mobile population too, so there's a lot of movement. We do have a couple projects still going on. We got 3,100 multifamily units. That's a lot. That's a lot under construction, and another 7,900 futures. Again, these new units that are being built, these futures are pretty nice. They're not really your market rate in all cases. They're kind of a high end. A lot more bedrooms than what they used to have too. There are a lot of one bedrooms, and fewer two bedrooms. So again, not as many students. These are yields, so think about the yields like we had before, the 0.225, so you got about 2 students for every 10 multifamily homes. Those yields have been declining as well. Now, we still have some areas with some high yields, that red area. Some of those are mobile home or manufactured housing areas because we consider those apartments. They're like apartments in that it's owned by one property with multiple units on top of it, so we count those that way. Newcomers and leavers, we look at this each year. This is kind of the kids that are coming into Lewisville and leaving. We base this on the student ID. So luckily, we've been with the district for a very long time. If a student ID was in the system one year and it's not in the system the next year, we consider that a leaver, unless they're a 12th grader, right? We want all of them to leave, right? So that's how that works. Now, a newcomer would be a student ID that wasn't there last year, is there this year, and we only count 1st through 12th, because all your pre-K and kindergartens are pretty much a newcomer. What we're seeing, how is that stabilized? It's even getting a little bit better. We were positive 362 this year, positive 229 last year, so we're losing just about as and you'd be surprised how much you would be surprised. There's a lot of turnover that people are surprised it actually happens to keep these yields going. And that's actually slowed a little bit too because of some of the people aren't moving like they used to move, and so they're staying in their homes right now. And that's also a challenge for getting new students. District births, so this is where we begin to look at kindergarten. This is the hardest grade to forecast, especially right now in Texas. We've had some challenges. We look at the zip code, all the zip codes that represent Lewisville, and it's not a perfect, we know zip codes aren't made for school districts, but we look at zip codes, then we look at the kindergarten 5 years later, and that kind of gives, that's where that ratio comes from. Right now we're in that about 85%, which means you're capturing about 85% of the births. That's kind of what that's showing. I kept that trend pretty steady going forward. It's somewhat optimistic, I think, to be honest, because we did see a drop this year. I am kind of, I don't say doubling down, but I'm kind of begin to see some change in that. But you see that we're going to show a decline of just over 600 students next year. But again, this is a reminder, you guys probably get tired of me saying this, but your 12th grade class is like 1,200 students bigger than your kindergarten student. I didn't do my math. Did I do my math? That pretty close? Pretty close to that. And so that means you're losing 1,200 students before we even start. So when you see my growth of negative 625, I'm actually growing you 800 students because we're having to make up for those students that are leaving. So that's our challenge. I think that we are probably as big as Lewisville's going to be right now. I mean, I don't see it. It's probably not going to shift. We want to hold on to as many as we can, but unless we can get those kindergarten students back to 3,000 or 3,100, you're going to see the decline that we're seeing now. And again, that doesn't happen unless you see some turnover in the housing, and the housing, many pockets of Lewisville are not turning over very quickly. A lot of numbers on here. This is all the campus level projections. We've got 2 pages of elementary, and then we've also got your middle and high school. If there's any specific ones you want to look at, we can. Again, new home starts are up in DFW, but they're not up in Lewisville. Groundwork's underway on 700 lots. These are lots that I believe are not going to yield a lot of students, but they are going to keep some movement going in the district. 46,000 students in 5 years. 44,500 could be as low as where we kind of, I feel like there's probably in this next 10 years going to be a leveling maybe, so we may not get all the way to 44,000, but I do think that the number we're at today is probably where we're going to be, the highest point we're going to be right now. Sorry, I talked pretty fast, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Dr. Rapp?
Yes, Madam President. Just Rocky, thank you so much. And of course, we've appreciated the partnership with you. And as you said, your data is well within good prediction of what it is that we will see coming to us enrollment-wise. And typically, as I've studied it even, you might be just a little bit more optimistic slightly than what our enrollment comes in at. And so right now we're at 47,720, and your projection was 47,812. So pretty close. We're just a little bit below that projection. But as you said, and we've talked about this as a community, but our current seniors, our class of 2025 is 4,015 students. Our kindergartners are 2,756, and our first graders are 3,033. So we have a 982 difference between our seniors and our first grade class, right? Because you do see a little bit of bounce back at kinder. But for sure, we are absolutely, if you're projecting by 2034, 35, 44,000 students, some kind of stabilization there, the reality is you very well could be within 43,000 or right around there.
43 to 45 could, it could be a little higher if we see a bounce back. There's a lot of things that are going to happen in the next couple of years. I have a feeling that we're going to.
So we thank you for all the data that you provide every single quarter, and we have a long history of it that allows us to study where we're headed and what we're facing in terms of this significant enrollment decline.
Dr. Bonner.
Rocky, Dr. Rapp talked about the partnership that Zonda has had with Lewisville in a couple of iterations of the business. How long have you been our demographer?
Probably 12 years, maybe 15 years.
More than a decade.
Oh, yeah.
And when looking at the district's enrollment as it's stabilized and diminished over that time period, what are the economic and social factors causing that, in your opinion?
Well, I mean, I think a lot of things have happened since COVID, of course, but even leading up to COVID, we were already beginning to be a little top-heavy, which causes that. And then the growth that's going on on the east side started taking off because that's where the vacant land is. I mean, there's still some infill, so we're definitely seeing some infill on the west. But I think from an economic perspective, too, this is not just in Lewisville, but where we see a higher-end product or that economic structure, the turnover seems to take a lot longer because those folks are buying that's their house. They're buying it for elementary school, and they want to stay there through high school. So those aren't going to turn over or regenerate. It's going to take 10 years sometimes for that to regenerate. And I've been seeing that in a lot of places, Carroll ISD, places like that, where they just don't turn over. And then you've got apartments that are really mobile, and that yield stays about the same, but the students turn over a lot. And then as far as you go in some areas where you got a more affordable product, that yield's more apt to turn over. You're more apt to see elementary students returning to elementary. You kind of see that regeneration. But what we're seeing now is that kindergarten drop seems to be consistent across all those.
And you typically in the past have had average home price in the district. I didn't see it on this.
That's kind of what I meant. Yeah, we have a slide there about every other quarter. Yeah, we'll put that in there as well. It's a little bit. I don't put it in sometimes in Lewisville because it varies so much, and it's hard to. It'd be better if we maybe did. We could do it by cluster. We could do it something like that possibly. But those yields, that impacts as well. I mean,
when you have had it, how does that relate to other areas of the Metroplex as far as district home prices relative to other areas?
I think Lewisville's the changes in home prices, the increases that we've seen have been very similar to what we've seen other places. There's just you guys have 35 to 30. It's just amazing how wide this district is, and there is a little bit of everything. It really is.
Thank you, Rocky.
Ms. Sells?
Can you just address, and I wanted to say thank you for being our demographers. I think it's been since 2013, if I go back and look. But we heard your boss in Arlington, Bob. And he talked about we are still growing, Texas, but can you address why we're not growing if we are one of the top growing areas in Texas, why we're not growing?
Oh, it's a little bit loaded. There's several things. Homeschooling has probably increased by 20,000 students since COVID. So and that's statewide. It's really become a big thing, right? So homeschooling, the kids, I think in a lot of cases, the students are there. They're just not choosing public school right now. A lot of folks would say it was birth rates. We don't believe necessarily that we've seen a big drop-off in birth rates. I mean, it's happened, but households are forming later is the bigger story. These households are forming. I know I just became a grandparent about a year ago, and it took my son 8 years. They were married 8 years. I couldn't believe it. We had to wait that long. But that's happening in a lot of places, I think. So I think we're seeing a later, and there's been some new research, too, about the, what would you call it, the acclimation of, we're a very Hispanic state. And the second and third generations, they're kind of acclimating to the household sizes that we have across the state. Traditionally, Hispanic households have been pretty high. They've been some of our highest yielding students. They're not yielding as many students as they used to either. So I think a lot of things are going to play out in the next few years.
So, but
hope I didn't disagree with Bob too much.
Just a little, but I won't tell him. But yet, some school districts in North Texas are still growing at a rapid rate, correct?
Sure, yeah. North, yeah, we go north up to Prosper, Salina. Those are examples of very, very high-end product, and they're still getting close to a student per home. But you can go east, too, and you can see Community, Princeton, those areas out there. Where am I going?
Anna.
Community, Princeton, Forney, Royce City, they're all clients, and they're all growing pretty steady, and they all have a more affordable product there, too.
Okay, and that was my next follow-up, is what's the difference in the affordability?
Drive 380 out to Princeton about 5 o'clock someday. You'll never want to do it again. Okay. It is busy, yeah.
Ms. Taylor.
Think you covered my question. I was about to ask about declining birth rates, so thank my colleague for answering that question. I guess looking at the report as a whole, there are just a lot of things that all come together, the perfect storm, I guess you would say, affecting this district. But I looked at even the new homes and how you just mentioned, Prosper and some of the other areas. The difference between the starts and the closing. You're 3,000 or above 3,000 when you consider Prosper, and then you look at us and our starts are 297, or our closings are 692. So the being built out, the price of housing as it relates to younger families moving into the district, which is an issue. I'm shocked by the birth rates because I just assumed that those were declining based on all of.
Higher than you believe. I mean, they are lower, but
Okay.
they're not as. Everyone keeps using that as an excuse.
Gotcha.
When we're adding more persons, the population is growing faster than any other place in the country. It's not that. That's not the whole thing, I guess.
Okay.
is why
And in your opinion, I think I heard you say that more families are not choosing public schools. Did I hear that correctly?
Well, we've seen that. Charter schools. Last year, we had a slide. I wish it would have been in this. I could have. Last year's, in 23-24, statewide, we added 12,000 students in public schools.
Gotcha.
12,000 students. Charters were included in that.
Okay.
When we pulled out the charters grew 18,000. So what that tells you is public schools lost 6,000 last
Gotcha.
year, going into 23-24. That's kind of buried in the numbers, but when you start digging in it, and really it could get, if we wanted to be doom and gloom, there was a significant amount of virtual learning that increased. Really, so even though it's considered at whether it's Huntsville or Hallsville or any of those places that have those virtual academies, Grapevine, I think, that's brick and mortar schools probably decrease even more than that.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess I'm reminded of, a comment about student recruitment, and so I just thought that was interesting what you mentioned. Thank you.
Rocky, I appreciate you expressing how charters who have some virtual and online school options are increasing in enrollment because the legislature no longer allows a public school system to be one of those providers for online and virtual school full-time enrollment. And so your public school systems have been punished. We would advocate that the legislature open that opportunity back up because we do believe that we have families in Lewisville ISD that would choose a full-time virtual option with us if we could be the full-time virtual provider. And here we are, almost 30 years since the decision was made by the legislature in Austin to create a non-traditional public school system in the form of charter schools. And yes, we are seeing the impact. And the more fragmented that the public school system becomes, the less resources that are able to be provided to all of those systems that are created. And so we just continue as the legislature is getting ready to meet in Austin. The decisions that they make have a very huge impact locally, and we are seeing that now with the system, with the decision that was made almost 30 years ago. And we're really proud that we have almost 3 out of every 4 kids in our footprint in Lewisville ISD schools and have done everything in our power to keep our enrollment strong in spite of decisions made in Austin to impact that.
And I do want to reiterate that if you look at the cohorts that I've shown you, we have seen that Lewisville holds this. They stay above 1. So if we get them, they're likely going to stay in the district. I think that is important. And other things, just for the record, we've chosen not to work with charter schools. We're dedicated to public schools at Zonda, and it's just kind of been a passion of Bob's and mine since the beginning. It has been an unfair playground, I'd say.
Dr. Barker?
Thank you, Madam President. I just had a thought when my colleague, Ms. Taylor, was talking about the starts and the futures. Not only do we have significantly less of those than those that are above us, but we also are more spread out than many of them. So maybe not all of them, but many of them have a smaller land footprint. And so this is a problem that's spread out over the entirety of our district. And then I look at our maps, and it's not like our actives and futures are just in one location. That too is spread out. So our declining enrollment problem is not isolated to one particular area within our district. It's pervasive across our district. And that's a huge challenge for us to look at that 3,000 students that will not be here over the course of the next few years. And we can't isolate it to one particular area. Am I right in that? Am I looking at that correctly?
I think so. I mean, I think we've seen yields decline more in certain areas of Lewisville than in others, and it's probably not going to rebound as quickly in some areas, but pretty similar.
Well, I'm going to go to apartments because that's where my former life was. So we're not building 2 bedrooms, and if I'm still correct in the state of Texas, you cannot have more than 2 occupants, where the third occupant has to be over the age of 2. That makes it 3 occupants. Under the age of 2, the state doesn't recognize it as an occupant. Don't ask me why. So we're not building 2-bedroom apartments, and we're certainly not building 3-bedroom apartments. As many of those. And those are apartments that would house families. Traditionally, right?
There's kind of there's market rate, and then there's like a lifestyle choice, and then there's the luxury model or the higher end ones, which we're seeing a lot of those being built. Now there's what we would call lifestyle choice that are more affordable, and they're just choosing, families are sometimes choosing those, but they're just not building as many 3 bedrooms for sure, 2 bedrooms and 1 bedrooms, but really it's some of them that we've seen they're building more 1s than 2s, and that's never the way it used to be.
Yeah, I won't go over what the formula used to be back in the olden days. But no, I appreciate the information. It's always informative, and it is available on our website for anybody who would like to go look at it for over the years, and they can track your record and how close you've gotten.
Many do.
And many do.
Thank you.
Thank you again so much, Rocky.
Thanks, y'all.
Next is the monthly financial report, including the bond report, land sale report, and the monthly investment summary. Mr. Ware.
Thank you. On page 360, I wanted to highlight the revenue expenditure summary for the general fund. So during the first presentation, we talked about the importance of having a healthy fund balance or cash on hand. And so not only does that impact our first rating, but also our credit rating each year. But I wanted to give you just a tangible illustration of where that impacts us as far as our cash flow goes. And so you'll take a look at the revenue that we've received through September of $25 million. Most of that is our state funding because we receive very little property tax collections. Those pick up in November, December, and January. So the first 2 months of the fiscal year, the state will actually give us larger state payments. However, in comparison to the $25 million of revenue, you'll see that our expenditures for the month were $48 million. So we had a deficit of almost $23 million for the month of September. That'll continue as well into October. And so that's just an example of why you'd want to make sure that you have at least 2 months of operating fund balance to cover any of those expenditures. I did want to highlight that of those expenditures, almost $35 million were payroll costs. So if we didn't have that healthy fund balance, there are districts, unfortunately, out in the state that have, less than 2 months, even less than 1 month of operating expenditures. And those districts have a very difficult time making their payroll in that first or second month of the year. So just wanted to kind of highlight that on the monthly financials for September.
Are there any questions, comments? Thank you very much, Mr. Ware. Next up is the District Intruder Detection Audit Report and Findings. Dr. Rapp.
Thank you, Madam President. Of course, I appreciate Mr. Garrett and all the safety and security work that happened during this football season that's coming to a close locally as we are going into playoffs. But thank you, Mr. Garrett, and we'll hear the intruder audit report.
All right. Good evening to you all. The TEA did do intruder detection audits within Lewisville ISD for the month of October. They were Arbor Creek Middle School, Central Elementary, Flyer Mountain High School, Huffines Middle School, Lamar Middle School, Vickery Elementary, McCamey Middle School, and Shadow Ridge Middle School. There were no state findings during those visits. And with that, I'll see you next month with November's data. Any questions?
No, you're free to go. Thank you. Next up are our action items. First up is to consider approval of employee compensation consideration. Dr. Rapp.
Madam President, members of the board, this conversation around employee compensation started last spring when we were looking at the budget. And we had talked about how we have gone into fund balance as much as we possibly could with the raises that were given to our staff over the last several years as we compete in a very competitive DFW market. And that we were sitting without an increase of the basic allotment, and that an increase of the basic allotment is the way that the legislature provides increased allocation through the taxes that you collect to pay for raises for staff, teachers, counselors, nurses, librarians, child nutrition, bus drivers, all of the positions that make this organization run. And we have talked loudly about how the legislature closed through multiple sessions with no increase in the basic allotment. And you all had reached a point where you could no longer dip with a recurring expense into your fund balance. And so you gave direction to staff that we would look at compensation considerations as we got closer to the fiscal year 24 closing and the audit. It would, in order to give a 3% raise to staff, which is what many of our peers did, even though they too don't have the money, and they have adopted double-digit deficits, it would cost this district $12 million. That you have to have the recurring money to continue to give. So when we talk about districts that we're competing against that have adopted a lot larger deficits, then Lewisville ISD, they passed raises. And yet we know that our staff, the hardest working staff I know that we all love dearly, deserve absolutely increased pay. And that we don't want to lose one single staff member because we cannot compete with pay with other districts. So we reported to you all on last Monday that thanks to land sales and some settle up from the state on our attendance and our recapture, that we have some one-time funds that are available, but these funds are available for you all to have this conversation today because of the amount of budget reductions that we have undertaken that have gotten us to a balanced budget where you knew if the fiscal year 24 closed and you knew that you're selling land, that you could not have to put that towards a deficit and you could hopefully be able to put something towards paying staff. And so what we're bringing before you tonight are 3 different options for one-time payment considerations. A one-time payment of $500, a one-time payment of $750, or a one-time payment of $1,000. And we know that you all gave us the direction to bring forward these options this evening. A one-time payment for $500 is going to cost the district $3.5 million. So I will turn it back over to you, Madam President, for discussion about employee compensation. We're so thankful to you all for the work you're doing to secure resources to be able to provide our staff something when we know it's a very hard market out there.
Does anyone want to make a motion? Dr. Bonner.
Thank you, Ms. Prosnick. I move that the board amend the June 10, 2024 LISD payment resolution and approve a one-time payment of $1,000 for all staff with payment made no later than December 31, 2024 as recommended by administration.
Ms. Taylor seconds.
That motion.
I'm going to give it to you, Ms. Lasan.
Well, thank you.
Is there any discussion? Dr. Barker.
Just a couple of things about staff pay. Because we were not able to pass raises, many of our staff members saw a reduction in their paycheck from last year to this year because of the increase in the insurance premiums. So not only were they not able to get a raise for another year of commitment to serving our students, but they actually took home less because of that commitment. And unfortunately, because of the financial situation that we've been put in, we haven't been able to give them something that also counts towards their 5 highest salaries for TRS. This is the very least that we can do for our staff. I've held it together this whole meeting. I just want all of y'all to know this. This is the very least that we can do for our staff members who show up for us every single day, despite all of the challenges that they face. A post-COVID classroom that is nothing like the classroom that I taught in. A budget reduction that means that we have less staff to come in and support these students, that we have less staff to answer the phone when teachers have a technical issue. This is heartbreaking. That this is the least that we can do.
Ms. Taylor.
I co-sign my colleague I think I've said this before, and I'll publicly say it again, that it's hard. It has been hard. This is one of those things, again, that has kept me awake at night, that our staff has consistently shown up for us and shown up for our kids, and we were not able to compensate them in a way that makes them feel valued. It's easy to speak about things, but it's always about action and being able, again, to show them how much they mean to us. I just want to thank them because, I just want to thank them for having a heart for kids and showing up every day, even though, as you mentioned, as my colleague mentioned, they were really making less. And I'll go even farther to say they were making a lot less because we've already seen the slides with inflationary costs. It's not just insurance, but it's gas, it's electric, it's food, it's transportation, it's all those things. And so I really wish we could do more, but I am so grateful for the land sales and some of the other funds, so we have something that we can give to them, something tangible to show them how much they mean to us and for showing up for us every day and just hanging in there with us. So I just wanted to publicly go on record and say that.
Ms. Lasson?
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I am so grateful for staff that they were able to find this money, and I'm so grateful that we will be able to easily afford this out of the, I don't remember the exact number, the $8 million or so dollars that, I'm just going to call it that we found. And I believe that the $1,000, we can't call it a bonus, extra payment that we're going to give them will cost the district somewhere in the neighborhood of $6 million. Is that right, Dr. Rapp? Yeah, okay. Anyway, but so thank you to staff for doing that. Absolutely, we would much rather be giving a raise. I'm going to be optimistic and hope that we'll be giving them a raise next year. And I'm excited, though, to give them $1,000. I believe that will happen once, in December, is that right? Yeah, December. So, that'll be a nice thing for staff, and hopefully they'll know how much we love and appreciate them.
Ms. Sells?
And I just want to make comment that this is something that this board really committed to in June. And something that was just brought to us tonight. We committed to this back in June, that this was a priority. In my time on the board, we have never given a raise. I mean, we have never not given raises. Yes, we have never not given raises. And I will tell you, I've seen 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. a lot the last 3 or 4 days, just because I didn't know if this was going to come through and because of everything else. And it really, even in the last month or two. But this is a commitment we made in June. And I am thankful for this board to continue the commitment that we made in June to our employees. We all have friends that have left. And we left because it got hard and they didn't feel appreciated. And they didn't feel appreciated not necessarily by us, but from the world, who tells a very different narrative than is reality and what happens in our classrooms. And I know for myself and some members of this board, we've made a purpose. After 9 years of being on this board, sometimes you think, well, I've been to that campus. I know what's going on in that campus. But we've made a commitment of going back to campuses that we haven't been to in a year or two. And I will tell you that I saw new learning happening on those campuses. I saw new ways of learning happening on those campuses. I still saw excited staff members standing up with our students and teaching them, in ways that I could not imagine. And when I hear people say, there's not learning going on in public schools, kids are out of control, and I walk quiet halls, and I look into classrooms where kids are engaged. They're on whiteboards that teachers have taken poster board and laminated it to make a whiteboard that they've taped to the wall so that they can be standing and engaged with their students and walking around the classroom and teaching and engaging. We went into classrooms that it was just amazing what was going on. And there were no disruptions. There were not kids running the halls amok. It was amazing. There was actually real learning happening on those campuses. And it was because there's a teacher in those classrooms who did, as you said, who kept showing up every day. And didn't just show up, but cared. And that is what is in every campus on LISD. There is not one campus that is immune from that type of engagement in this district. And so I will tell you that, and I say this to our public every day, if you think you know what's going on in public schools and what how our teachers are engaging in our students, but you've never been in one of our schools, come join me. An open invitation. And I don't know, Ms. Alcatib, how many have you had take you up on it? None. So for the teacher that's in those classrooms, I tell you, this board sits here and we still care. So, thank you.
Ms. Alcatib.
I've said it time and time again that our staff are the hardest working people I have ever met. And I was a teacher. I was a principal. I've been in those shoes. Post-COVID, it is the hardest situation in those classrooms that these teachers and these staff members, these bus drivers, these nurses, administrators, everybody who has a hand on these kids are dealing with on a daily basis. And now they're having to take into these considerations inflation and a reduction in staff and our teaching and curriculum, and they're making it work. You know, as my colleague, Ms. Sell said, we're in classrooms, we're touring these schools because we want to see and hear all of the great things that these teachers are doing with sometimes the most limited resources. Yes, a poster board that they took and laminated to make a whiteboard for these kids to be able to learn and accelerate. These teachers are amazing. These schools are amazing. And it's the teachers that make these schools amazing. We see it on a daily basis. We hear it on a daily basis when we're attending all these different functions. We heard it tonight from all of the community members who talked about the schools and the teachers who are making that school special. It's the teachers who are doing it. And every single campus that we have in this district has the most amazing teachers and administrators and staff members. I would challenge them to any school district in the nation because we truly do have the best. Our teachers go above and beyond more than they have to. Not only are they fulfilling their day, they're going home and they're grading papers. They're calling up. I have teachers who are calling me saying, okay, let's talk through this data. What do I do? You as a former teacher understand this iStation. Talk me through it. They're going to our students, our kids, extracurricular activities. They're showing up at our soccer games. They're showing up at our basketball, volleyball, band competitions. Because that's who they are. They care about our kids. And unfortunately, we are in a situation where we can't commit to a budget for the future years because we are in a deficit. And I hate that for them. I do. This is the smallest thing that we could possibly do to show our appreciation. And I really, really do hope, and we're going to continue advocating, going to Austin, calling those legislators, meeting with them, having lunch, whatever it takes, to really fight with them, because they've got to help us with the funding. Our teachers deserve it. Our students deserve it. Our parents deserve it.
I will say it is the least we can do. I have thanked our staff from the very beginning for showing up for kids, and I thank them for always showing up for kids. But we're able to do this one time. We can no longer count on the legislature to come through. And so we have to count on ourselves. And that is how we're able to do this. Through some land sales, through a little bit of settle up money that we were owed, weren't paid it last year, so we're getting it now. But it's one time. And we cannot encumber monies moving forward that we can't count on. That is beyond fiscally irresponsible to do that. So we have to take control of as much as we can. Since we can't count on Austin, they are not somebody that we can count on. So we have to control it as much for ourselves as we can. So with that, I will take the vote with the motion from Dr. Bonner for the $1,000 time payment for staff, seconded by Ms. Lasan. All those in favor? That is unanimous, 7-0 passes. Now we will go on to item 2, which is to consider approval for the first restated interlocal cooperation agreement with the City of Lewisville for open access for public school yards and parks. Mr. Rare.
At the November 4th work session, Jason Hughes presented the restated interlocal cooperation agreement with the City of Lewisville. And so we're bringing this back tonight for your approval. Just as a reminder, the proposed and amended term of the agreement would be effective from the approval and formal execution of both parties and would continue until August 22nd, 2041. So as I mentioned, we're bringing this tonight for your approval.
Are there any comments? Is there a motion? Ms. Taylor.
Madam President, I move that the board approve the first amended and restated interlocal cooperation agreement with the City of Lewisville for open access for public school yards as parks as presented by administration.
Second, Dr. Barker. My only comment is I know that this is in alignment with the 10-minute walk to a park that has been a passion project and a goal for the City Council of Lewisville. So I'm happy to help and make it happen. Dr. Bonner.
Isn't it good to be a good community partner with our municipalities?
It is so great when you can work with your municipalities to make their dreams come true and make our dreams come true all at the same time. I am so appreciative of that partnership.
I'm seriously thankful we can do this.
Yeah, I am too. I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Where'd Allison go? Oh, there she is. That's 7-0. I keep losing her on there. Next is consider approval of the agreement for purchase of attendance credits and delegate contractual authority to the superintendent in accordance with the Chapter 49 of the Texas Education Code. Mr. Ware.
Thank you. The district is subject to Chapter 49 of the Texas Education Code and must declare their intent on the method of addressing the recapture payment that's due to TEA. The adopted budget for this fiscal year includes $12.9 million for recapture payments. In the past, the district has declared its intent to utilize Option 3, purchase attendance credits from the state. The agreement for the purchase of attendance credits requires board approval prior to submission to TEA. In addition, the school board must delegate the authority to obligate the school district under Chapter 49 to the superintendent each year. And so included in the board packet tonight is the agreement to do that.
Do I have a motion? Ms. Akateb.
I move that the board approve the Option 3 agreement for the purchase of attendance credit in accordance with Chapter 49 of the Texas Education Code for the 2024-2025 school year, In addition, for the 2024-2025 school year, the Board of Trustees delegates contractual authority to obligate the school district under Texas Education Code, TEC 11.1511C4, to the superintendent solely for the purposes of obligating the district under TEC 48.257 and TEC Chapter 49, subchapters A and D, and the rules adopted by the Commissioner of Education as authorized under TEC 49.006.
There's a second? Ms. Sells? Is there any questions? Dr. Barker, going to steal my thunder.
Sorry. So we're looking at 12.9 million in recapture. Am I about to steal your? Maybe? Okay. Dr. Rapp, can you remind me what it would cost to give a 3% raise to our staff members?
$12 million.
Thank you.
Dr. Bonner.
I'm going to try to further steal your thunder. If you're in the audience, this is for recapture, as my colleague to the left just described. And over the past decade, Dr. Rapp, the district has probably been obligated to send how many millions of dollars back to the state?
Easily over $100 million, because we sent $65 million back to the state in fiscal year 23.
So if you're an educator in the audience, that's where your money's going. If you're a parent in the audience, that's where your money's going. There's been a lot of advocacy here tonight, and that is outstanding. I'm begging you for your continued advocacy in a place where funding can make a difference, where our 20% inflation that we've lost out on since 2019 in the basic allotment can be restored. So thank y'all.
I'm happy to have everybody on the bandwagon. This, to me, is insanity of the fact that it always seems to come out to be about this amount of money, in that what we could do to make our budget whole, what we could do to give teachers a 3% raise or more from the midpoint. And the fact that we can't control our own money, I think, says even more about how public education is funded. I will end there. I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Passes 7-0. Next up is to consider adoption of a resolution casting the votes of the Lewisville Independent School District for candidates to the Board of Directors of Denton Central Appraisal District. Dr. Bonner.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Prosnick, thank you very much. We had a committee with myself and Dr. Barker and Ms. Prosnick to allocate the votes you see before you for 6 candidates. I won't read the motion. I started to, but I will not. And we look forward to any further discussion on this after the motion is made.
Would someone like to make the motion? Oh, you spent all your voice. I tell you what, I'm going to make the motion. Oh, never get to do this. I move that the board adopt the presented resolution allocating 1,120 votes to the Board of Director candidates for Denton Central Appraisal District as follows. Rob Altman, 1 vote. Alex Buck, 320 votes. Mike Hennifer, 239 votes. Ray Martin, 239 votes. Ann Pomacall, 320 votes. Charles Stafford, 1 vote. Is there a second? Dr. Barker. Is there any discussion or questions? Sure.
Having been on this committee before, I just want to thank the committee. I really do. To reach out to each individual, because every individual who filed or reached out to us, not really filed, but reached out to us, is not on this list. And so to me, that says the committee did their research, and I hope that when we see the results, that that these people that you have chosen who are supporters of public education are placed into those positions. So I just wanted to thank the committee, because there is a lot of angst, because it's not financial numbers that you can calculate and you're going to get the same result every time. This is a more of knowing your candidates, knowing the rest of the field, and knowing how you should move forward. And so I wanted to thank you for your thoughtfulness. So thank you.
And with that, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? That passes 7-0. Next is consider adoption of a resolution casting the votes of the Lewisville Independent School District for candidates to the Board of Directors of Tarrant Appraisal District. Dr. Bonner.
We also have a small sliver of Tarrant County in the district, and the committee, Ms. Prosnick and Dr. Barker and I, determined that we wanted to give votes to one candidate in the Tarrant Appraisal District, and so I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Prosnick.
Would someone like to make a motion? Ms. Sells.
I move that the board adopt the presented resolution allocating its 6 votes to the Board of Director candidates for Tarrant Appraisal District as follows. Candidate Fred Campos to receive all 6 votes.
And I'll take privilege and second that one. All those in favor? That passes 7-0. Ms. Lasan, I believe you have some news for us.
I do. Thank you. First of all, thank you to our wonderful technology team for allowing me to do this meeting from San Antonio. While I am personally, my child is in the Marcus Band, I'm thrilled to announce that all 3 of our bands are going to participate in finals tomorrow evening. At 5:45 will be Flower Mound High School. At 5:30, Hebron High School, and at 5 o'clock, Marcus High School. And so around, I think it's around 6 or 6:30, the state finalists will be, the winners will be announced, and I'm just feeling really good. And as you announced earlier, Dr. Rapp, all 3 of our schools won the Bands of America Super Regional. We were so excited and thrilled by that. So anyway, just good wishes of goodwill and stuff to our bands. We're so proud of them.
Good kids doing good things. Thank you, Ms. Lasan.
That's right.
If there is no further business, this meeting is adjourned. The time is 10:28 p.m.